And so here we are again. After 12 weeks of competition and 135 players, it has all come down to this. Champions Week begins here at the MODUS Super Series as we crown a fourth champion here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Luke Littler is looking to become the first player to defend his title here on the South Coast, and he is joined by 11 other protagonists looking to pick up one of the biggest prizes in amateur darts. 12 weeks of competition, it all comes down to this. It's been one hell of a roller coaster ride. So, Champions Week about to get underway. Chris Mason is alongside me up here on the balcony to look ahead at what we've got to come. And I'll tell you what, we hype these things up, don't we, sometimes, Champions Week. But do you know what? The 12 contenders that are playing for that trophy, this is probably the best lineup we've ever had for this, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, well, the numbers back that up. It's the strongest Champions Week we've had so far, and it's just continued to get stronger and stronger and stronger as we get more players either drop off the tour or more players from Europe and overseas who are making their debut here.
Most certainly that. And you think about the players who haven't qualified here, the likes of Andy Bartons, who he had a running average of his week of 94 and he's still not here. That shows just some of the quality of the players who didn't make this setup. Yeah,
you could almost make a Champions Week of runners-up on finals night throughout the 12 weeks. That's how strong it's been. Record-breaking numbers throughout the series. And it's just going in the right direction. And listen, there's only a few tickets left for Saturday night, so be quick.
Well, Luke Littler is the defending champion. No one has successfully defended this crown before. In fact, no former champion has qualified for the next Champions Week. And so there's going to be big pressure on those very young shoulders. But every single time we seem to ask a question of Luke Littler, he always tends to come up with the answer.
Yeah, and destined for a tour card as well right now because of his position on the development tour. You know, I asked the question in comms in his week qualifying for this Champions Week. You know, should he maybe just sort of have a year out and then... Listen, he keeps turning up, does the business, gets better and better and better, and where his ceiling is going to be exciting following his career over the next, well, couple of decades potentially.
Well, these are the final 12. These are the players, the Darty dozen that's going to participate at Champions Week. And it says a lot about this competition because we've got the player both top of the Challenge Tour and Development Tour Order of Merit. Paul Nicholson coined the phrase, this is the place where worlds collide. And when you consider the amount of players from different areas, different coasts, different organisations, that's most certainly true.
Yeah, and players who have done amazing things in the sport. Jelle Klassen, former world champion, of course. Neil Duff, current world champion in WDF. Steve West, just coming off the tour. Colin Osborne on the tour for many years. Danny Lauby, another exciting young talent. And then sort of names like Bugard and Mioch, which are fairly new to us. Barry Van Peer, another one of those players you would consider alongside Luke Littler, the best players in world darts without a tour card, but that will all change in January.
And of course, Neil Duff, who can we forget, the reigning WDF world champion as well. And they're all looking to inscribe their name on the trophy. There's only 3 names on it so far. It was Conan Whitehead back in October who was the first to be crowned champion here.
Got lucky, didn't he?
He lost to some guy called Chris Mason, didn't he? And then Raymond Smith from Australia. I suppose we still have to call him the lineal champ. But look, Luke Littler, as you mentioned before, the first player who's got the opportunity to properly defend this title. Does that come with an extra bit of pressure?
Well, it just shows you how hard it is to qualify for another Champions Week to try and defend that trophy. I don't think he's really affected by pressure. I think he plays the game with such freedom and with such confidence that he just plays the board. He has a canny knack of whenever it does get tight, he just finds another gear from absolutely nowhere, and it's no longer a surprise. You know, we wax lyrically about him, about how impressed we are, and then of course on the other side of the coin, you think, is he ready? Is he quite ready? If you're good enough, you're old enough.
Well, these are the groups then for this week. Now, the groups are dependent on the players' averages on the week they won. So the best 6 will participate in Group A, the next 3 in Group B, and then the final 3 in Group C. Now, that lineup for Group A, I know it's a Champions Week, but that is as good a lineup as I think we've ever seen, haven't we?
Yeah, it's just incredible, isn't it? And most recently, Jerome Milch, I thought he was outstanding on Saturday night. A running average of over 93 for the night in that final, an average in excess of 98. Luke Littler, again, outstanding. Bolton's rock solid. Steve West, lots and lots of 180s, always giving himself opportunity. Reece Robinson was probably the only surprise package out of that week in qualifying. And listen, we know how good Barry Van Peer is. We've seen him here a few times already, and he'll be keen to win that £20,000 Saturday night.
It is that trophy that they're going to be playing for. And I just wonder whether for someone like a Steve West, who's gone maybe under the radar a little bit because of that man who's currently got his name inscribed on it. Possibly.
Yeah, I think, listen, we're all looking at Luke Littler. He's the favourite to win this week. The manner in which he's won his weeks and the Champions Week, of course, last time out, he's the right favourite. But you know, you can't write off your players like Barry Van Peers, your Steve West, your Danny Laubys, your Colin Osbornes, your Neil Duffs. You know, they're all in with a shout. It is very much form dependent coming into this week. You can't preempt your form. You just got to hopefully time it right.
So these are the outright betting as far as Group A is concerned. Now, since this particular slide has gone, Barry Van Peer has gone out a little bit in the betting categories. But this is Group A. Luke Littler goes off the 13-8 favourite. But again, we go back to Steve West, 6-1. That's big money for a player of his calibre. Absolutely,
and we know he can hit the big averages. We know he hits tons of 180s. He's going to create opportunities. The only thing he's got to make sure he's on point will be finishing, because, listen, you might not get too many chances against the likes of Luke Littler and Barry Van Peer, because, again, 2 of the game's biggest scorers are certainly here at the Super Series. Listen, it's hard to oppose Luke Littler at 13-8 because of the manner in which he plays and how he has won here already. So I think that's just about bang on. I think Milch could be a surprise package in there as well.
Played very well on Saturday night. So that is the Group A betting. This is how the week in general looks panning out as far as the bookmakers are concerned. As I say, Barry Van Peer's now gone out to 9-1 in the betting. Luke Littler goes off the 11-4 favourite. Andy Bolton, 4-1. Now, in terms of the overall play, there's actually no one who's had more than one appearance who has a better head-to-head record or better stats than Andy Bolton here at the Super Series. Yeah,
he just played in the World Seniors qualifiers for the match play over the weekend. He's just come back off of a cruise, so he sort of gets the benefit of the doubt there because he may have been a little bit rusty. But he's certainly going to have to up his performance levels from the weekend. I like Barry Van Peer at 8-1. I think that's seriously big.
And I know Paul Nicholson is downstairs in the commentary box. Look, he's going to be commentating with Chris Mason on all of the action this week. And there's a bit of a fancy on the 20-1 with Danny Lauby, Paul.
Yeah, I think when you look at the odds for Danny Lauby, they're particularly long for me. When you consider the fact that he won week 1, yes, that was a long time ago, but what he's done since then is he has improved in a lot of metrics, and he's going to be very comfortable against a lot of quick players this week. And I think the fact that he's coming in later in the week as well and will be fresh will definitely aid his chances. But I'm with Mace a little bit. I think Van Peer has got a bit of a mission on his in his sights this week when it comes to completing a perfect amateur set for 2023. So there's lots to talk about. We just can't wait to get it on.
We've spoken, haven't we, about the likes of Littler, the likes of Van Peer, but what about the experienced campaigners like Colin Osborne, Neil Duff? Colin Osborne, former Championship League winner. Neil Duff, the reigning WDF World Champion still. How much could those experiences, especially they're coming into Group B later on in this week, come in handy at the end of the week?
I think in certain situations it could be very handy. If things get a bit sticky at the start, their experience could possibly get them through. But I think when you look at some of the younger players coming through now, they play with such freedom, like Chris mentioned. I think sometimes experience is needed when things get a bit more awkward. So if they're backed into a corner and they have to have, say, I don't know, a 4 out of 5 win streak on a Friday just to make Saturday night, I think that's where experience will definitely tell for the likes of Duff, Osborne, and possibly Andy Bolton in Group A.
Well, Paul, thank you very much. You're going to be in commentary with Chris Mason throughout the course of the week. Very quick before we get the action underway, who's picking that up on Saturday night?
I think it's hard to not go with Luke Littler, but there could be a few shocks and surprises. There will be a bit more urgency to Group A this week because, listen, one player would love just to get that Thursday and Friday off to come in well prepped and fresh for Saturday night. Winning this Group A is a priority for the winner, I think.
And just quickly before we get the action underway, this is our bet builder for Champions Week. And there's been plenty of movement in terms of the betting this morning. We've amalgamated them together, put it into a treble for you. Now, they've got Reece Robinson in the handicap against Andy Bolton, Bailey Van Peer in the 180 market against Jerome Mioch, and Steve West's highest checkout against Reece Robinson. That pays just over 7.5 to 1. But the action is about to get underway. We've waited 13 weeks for this moment. Champions Week is back, and it sees the defending champion looking to reclaim the crown. He won back in May. It was a coronation on Coronation Day for Luke Littler as he became the king of the Super Series. He takes on Andy Bolton, who's got that little bit of X factor about him. Chris Mason's always got the X factor in the commentary box, and he's going to make his way down to describe all the action with Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry, and good morning to everybody. Indeed, good day to everybody where you're tuning in from. This is Champions Week with an S on the end, but at the end of the week, it will be a champion that could be this young man from Warrington looking to defend the Super Series 3 title that he won a matter of 3 months ago. But the 50-year-old from Scotland knows a lot about the northwest of England as well, does Andy Bolton. He will start proceedings up against one of the tornadoes of young darts. What a career he's had to date already, has the Nuke. Someone is going to have the X Factor to take him out this week.
Luke to throw first.
But the first dart in anger in a competitive sense this week will be fast from Luke, and it will be refereed by our resident top ref in Charlie Corstophone. Welcome to Chris Mason. You've got myself, the asset. You've got Mace, the ace. You won't get sick of us this week, and we're not going to get sick of this action. It's exciting stuff.
Good morning, Nico. Good morning, everybody. Myself and Nico.
140.
Fresh off the back of Nathan Aspinall's wonderful win at the Winter Gardens. I wonder how long we'll have to wait to see this young man there.
95.
Congratulations to Nathan.
Well, that's a particularly apt name, isn't it? Because when you think about 2023
85.
World Match Play champion Nathan Aspinall, Andy Bolton, Luke Littler, they've all got something in common. They all have the same manager. So is
40.
that a sign that it's going to be one of these two that hoist that trophy on Saturday night, just after 11 o'clock? And interestingly, I've just noticed, and this is something that Nathan started, looks like Littler's got the same shoes as Aspinall. He's got those bright
98.
silver rings around the back.
Yeah, they're not cheap. Although the money Nathan's won recently, I wonder if he could stretch to get me a pair. Might improve me darts.
100.
They are lovely.
Comfortable, snazzy, fashionable.
And they work.
Name your superlative, but the people who wear those shoes,
138.
they tend to win.
Luke
Now,
require
this will be some way to win
170.
the first leg of the week.
2 treble 20s. There's one of them. There's another. Can he get the ball?
125.
Oh, the line was right. There was a little bit of adrenaline in there, Nico.
40.
Bolton's done well to leave himself on tops after 12. Around the houses a bit.
35.
Offers Littler a chance.
Yeah,
Luke
and that's
required
what. If you're going to beat
45.
Luke, you can't give him a chance. More often than not. Well, just in the 7th, double 16.
29.
Well, a bit of
Andy
early nerves
required
is going to be.
5.
This is one hell of a lineup. And getting out of the blocks early and getting points on the board will settle the players. Double 2.
3. Luke
I didn't think we were going to get a
16.
7-visit leg in the first leg. It might even be 8.
Mark your card, Nico, because there might not be too many of those this week.
No score.
That was particularly
Andy
awkward
required
on the
2.
left side of the board. His darts do lean a little bit to the right-hand side.
Yeah, sometimes you've got to take your medicine, Nico, haven't you, and go inside just to give yourself a clear dart at double four.
No score.
Well,
Luke, you
I said it
require
was going to be
60.
7 visits. I was so wrong.
Game shot
Somewhat
on the
slow
first
start, but
leg.
Littler takes
Blue
the first
Littler.
leg in 22 darts. They can laugh about this. If you're going to have a
Second
leg like
it's
that,
Andy to throw
I
first.
suppose
Game on.
best to have it early. Now, Littler is showing us something else as well. It's the possibility of having an amazing career before he's able to drive.
99.
Because if you look at his CV to date, there are people around the world who would say, I'll take that for a career, start to finish.
65.
Well, potentially this year, just from the Super Series, if he goes on to win this week, and then he'll have one more series to play in before he
140.
goes on and takes his tour card and enters the world of professional darts, somewhere around about £85,000.
96.
And well, his first car is probably going to be a little bit nicer than our first cars, Nico.
It'll definitely be better than mine. One thing Andy does have in his locker, though, is that
47.
ability to dig deep. And when he qualified, he did so the week before, Luke,
125.
in week 7, beating Sebastian Białowski in a very competitive week. Bearing in mind that he was taken to the very last leg of week 7, courtesy of a 10-dart leg by Białowski. He's put under
99.
huge pressure. Then he won. Then he went on his cruise. Now he's back. And he's looking for 4 times as much money as he won in week 7.
135. And he required 116.
Going the traditional route, starting on the 20s, treble 20 for double 18. Oh, Littler, will he go tops? I need to make that decision
45.
here and now before you
Luke,
step
you
to the
require
occupy.
80.
Has his decision changed because of that big 5? Oh, well, that was an unintentional flatty.
Game shot on the second leg.
If he tried
Blue
that
Littler.
another 100 times, I bet he couldn't do it again.
Wouldn't stay on the board. What's funny you say about before he can drive and earning all that kind of money. I was at the
Third leg, it's Luke
PDC
to throw
fishing.
first. Game on.
last week, and on my team was Carl Ryde, who's a British superbike racer. Doesn't have a motorcycle license.
125.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, I was absolutely blown away by it.
Luke's got license to feel a little bit better.
Yeah,
92.
14 darter there, and it was clinical.
Yeah, much better. Seems to be getting his act together. You can see that from his darts, those points are extremely long.
Yeah, well, he's got
92.
a few different sets, and he tends to. It's on feel, how he feels on that particular day, and how the darts enter the board. And they're the same barrels, just different points.
44.
I think that's very wise. You think about certain golfers may have a 3-iron in the bag or a rescue club, depending on conditions.
64.
Then you've got snooker players who've got different cues. Pool players have got a break cue and a regular cue for regulation potting.
Well, depending on lighting and ambient temperature, your darts will, of course, go through the air different. People don't seem to... I had this conversation with Peter Wright, and I said, listen, your practice room at home will not replicate the environment that you're using these darts in.
140.
One thing we can tell our friends from around the world is that the conditions here in Portsmouth on the south coast of England, it's very muggy here, very grey,
78.
and around 20 degrees. It's not too hot. For,
Typical English weather, really,
no,
Nico.
it's late July. Oh, he's done it again.
Game
What do
shot
I
on the
know?
third leg.
He's done that
Blue
on
Littler.
purpose, hasn't he?
Yeah.
You do it once, you think, well, maybe he's caught the corner of the treble 20.
Well, the thinking
Full leg,
behind
it's Andy
it
to throw
of throwing
first.
a flatty
Game
on the
on.
80, if you throw the way he normally does and it doesn't find the 60, it will potentially block out the 20 and the
40.
tops. So it's smart thinking.
He is taking Daryl Gurney's thought process to another level.
Yeah. Because as you can see, back to normal.
139.
I know this is a really stupid question, but we're talking about a person who's thrown 2 flat darts and hit treble 20 twice. At which point does he change to that all the time?
Well, the week he won to qualify,
140.
he was actually playing entire matches, throwing them flat.
So what you're saying is
96.
he's world-class 2 different ways.
Well, the thing is, where the game's changing, he's giving himself options, and we know how frustrating it is when both mine and your darts are exactly the same. They just sit up, and on 80 especially,
59.
if you do miss that treble 20, you're then going to throw a very safe dart, which is going to be towards tops, ultimately blocking. Well, it's not an open target anymore. You've got to work around 1, possibly 2 darts.
58.
We're talking about this game evolving
Well,
with this young talent.
Yeah, I mean, 16 years old. I mean, and he's thinking that way. That's what's impressive.
92.
He's actively making changes that I've only ever seen, certainly from Darryl Gurney, in terms of the flatty.
And that is a leave
180.
for a
And you
match dart if
require
Bolton doesn't take the
170.
170 out. We've seen plenty of them over the course of the last 12 weeks. We're not going to get one in the first game by the looks of it.
Well, what a response, Nico.
80.
22 dart opening leg,
Luke
followed by
required
14-14
28.
and potentially 13.
Considering that first leg, it's been an amazing performance,
Game,
and it is a
shots,
4-0
and
start
the
for Luke
match,
Littler.
Luke Littler.
He finishes with an average of 93.94, and his first leg was terrible. 40% on the doubles, and a solitary maximum is good enough to take care of what looked like a fairly rusty Andy Bolton. But for a first performance, that's very handy for the favourite for Champions Week. We'll be back after the break with Steve West and Rhys Robinson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the defending champion and bookmakers' favourite to retain the title, Luke Littler, has got off to the perfect start, beating Andy Bolton by 4-0. So he is off and up and running for his campaign. As for Steve West and Reece Robinson, well, for Steve West, it's a return to Champions Week. He made it last time out. For Reece Robinson, it is a debut at the big occasion. Who's going to get their campaign off to the perfect start? Let's find out in the company of Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Many thanks again. 48-year-old from Waltham Abbey, Steve West, who's got bucket loads of experience, but don't underestimate Reece Robinson. He's got plenty as well. And I'm sure his nickname of Sugar will land very nicely for my co-commentator Chris Mason, because he's a bit of a boxing fan. But as for this one, it'll be really interesting to see what a rather slim-looking Steve West can do in what could be 5 days. If he doesn't win Group A, it could be quite a taxing week on someone who is not.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
100%. He has admitted that, and we will get into it in due course.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. As we know, he's awaiting yet another hip operation.
45.
He's going to have to manage his match time as well as possible, and what it leaves him is unable to practice and prepare as much as the other players. They went big here on Steve West, 8 to 15, 11 to 8 about Reece Robinson. He was the surprise winner, of course, in his qualifying week. Produced some wonderful darts en route as well, has to be said. Has his own way about going, or his own way of going on out shots.
Yeah, he's cut from the same cloth as a Dave Pallett.
Yeah, there was one shot that
100.
I won't forget quickly, and that was the 118. Ball 18 ball. Not sure what the thinking process is behind that.
Well, you and I both know Steve West pretty well, and we can say this fairly
95.
confidently, that if Reece Robinson was to do that to him, the handshake might be quick.
It'd be frosty.
As far as their performances in winning their weeks are concerned, they
were
were fairly similar. We don't have to wait too long for the first max in this game. It comes from Sugar. But Robinson, in winning his week,
96.
averaged
Reece require
90.89.
81.
West, winning week 5, 90.96. So not too much between them, albeit a few weeks ago.
I think he should have called
Game shot
himself
on the
the
first
juice
leg.
on
Reece
the back of
Robinson.
an 11 darter. That would be quite apt.
Yeah, that's a fairly good start.
Second leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
It's a little quicker than the opening match started. In fact, half the time exactly.
While we're on averages, by the way,
59.
we have, in the last few minutes, figured out that the opening performance from Luke Littler at 93.94 is 100th of a point different
123.
to his entire week when he won week 8. How much is that playing to type?
Well, that's what we tried to look for the viewers, is to
140.
make you understand why we do break these numbers down, because, listen, this sport is a game of numbers as well as skill.
There's going to be plenty of those this week.
Well, we've got some prolific max hitters, haven't we?
Yes, we do.
And going back to that opening match, looking at the average in terms of
57.
180s hit per match played, Luke Littler, 2.4 180s per match played in the Super Series.
174.
Not just maximums, but massive approach shots like that. West is on a 10. I didn't think we were going to improve on leg 1. We might do it in the very next leg.
83.
Well, if he goes out in 10, the next one's got to be a 9, Nick.
Game
Okay.
shot on the second leg.
You mentioned it.
Steve West.
Steve West throws first. He could, if he gets a 9 here,
Third leg, it's Steve to throw
go
first.
19
Game
darts
on.
for 2 legs. We want it to happen. Oh, never mind.
Maybe later in the week.
Well, this is Champions Week, and because we have
45.
the cream of the crop from the last 12 weeks, we do expect some of our records to be troubled.
Yeah.
That average record of Jason Askew, which is 2.5 years old now, I've almost given up on that.
100.
Well, Luke Littler, very nearly smashed out of the park. He, of course, has the highest average in a final.
140.
I just wonder if somebody could get to the 120 mark in a game this week. Or will it be one of the other records? For instance, we've got 9 180s
140.
in a match 3 times. The most 180s by a single player in a match, 7. Could somebody top that?
96.
That was Josh Payne, actually, last year, if you are curious.
How staggering that was.
And there are times this week where we might trouble the shortest match, because when you've got the likes of
100.
Littler and Lauby and some of the other
Barry Van
protagonists.
Peer's a quickie.
Exactly. 5 minutes 49 is the quickest game.
100.
Yeah, and
Reach
that's with a
required
10-second break in
161.
between legs.
Scary stuff. 161's not going to go for Reese.
Oh, we're going to get our first hold of throw.
90.
In 2 breaks.
See
In
required
11 and 10.
120.
120 for a 15 and a 2-1 lead. Well, that's not too bad for him. Does have good touch around the 60. Oh, that took a terrible deflection.
78.
Tidies up,
Reach
though.
requires 71.
And he took 81 out for the 11 in leg 1 in 2 darts.
That was a lovely treble 13.
Game shot on the third.
And the doubling
leg.
in this game
Reece
so far has
Robinson.
been so good. Perfect, in fact. 3 breaks of throw.
Fourth leg, it's reached the
It's
throw
one of those
first. Game on.
infuriating games. When it's constantly break, 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 you think, well, hold on a minute. Having the start really isn't an advantage now. Especially when Reese is getting
180.
his second maximum of the game.
Well, that was a theme in certain matches in the match play, and it's usually an indication of a poor game when there's lots of breaks of throw. But as we've seen in the match play, sometimes isn't the case. Well, chance for 9 still on, of course.
81.
It's not there.
So good to see Reece Robinson playing at this level. 111 average at the moment.
60.
West 107. And Reece, of course, was a prolific youth player, wasn't he? He was expected to do massive things.
$57.
He's
81.
not left himself a finish with that one, which is why he's not happy, because there was an opportunity for a 4th consecutive break of throw. Although if Robinson can't find a treble, what a
97.
final dart. Leaves himself a very doable 86, especially the way he's finishing. Going to be pressure.
Splendid 140 from West that.
Reach to require 86.
So much confidence as well, just to lift that third dart over the top with no doubt. We haven't had a miss at double yet. Does that continue? It
48.
doesn't. Chance for West
See
to break
required
again.
40.
First mistake from either player there.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Steve West
Steve West.
doesn't miss, and that's a 13 dart. 4th consecutive break of throw. The winning legs in this one, Nico, 11, 10,
Fifth leg,
14
it's
and
Steve to throw
13.
first. Game on.
This is the quality we expect in Champions Week. 105.5 the average for West. 104 for Robinson.
Got a question to ask you, Chris,
68.
early on Monday, because you said with Henry on the balcony that the members of Group A, because they have earned this spot in Group A, considering their averages in their qualifying week, is there more of a
48.
premium in making Saturday night via Group A because of the financial rewards that are here?
Yeah, and I think this is going to be
85.
not only physically tough for the players, it's very much a marathon, but mentally tough. And I think it makes a statement. You win this Group A, and this is without
100.
question the toughest Group A we've had. It sort of sends out a message to the rest of the group. Listen, I've come through this Group A unscathed. I've got 2 days off while you lot go through the
100.
ringer. I think that's going to be huge this week.
Just if you are curious, when it comes to
180.
getting through Group A to go on to win the title, That didn't happen in the first two. Conan Whitehead needed 5 days.
64.
Raymond Smith needed 5 days. Both not on a finish. But Robinson has got the darts.
137.
Beautiful approach play again, this time from Robinson. And he's on a 13 darter on the West throw.
135. Reach should require 36.
We will show you the averages at the end of leg 5 because they're worth looking at. Double 9.
Game
And he
shot
doesn't miss his chance.
Reece Robinson.
He may only be 50% on the doubles. I mean, only 50% in the nicest way. But the fact of the matter is, he's taking all of his opportunities. That's why he's 3-2 up.
And unexpectedly, Nico, he's had 3 times the amount of darts at a double than Steve West. But you'd regard Steve West as the bigger scorer of the two.
140.
Not so in this contest. 12 scores of a ton or more for Robinson. 9 for West.
It really isn't a bad performance from West. But this really has been good from Reece. And he's been touted over the last 48 hours or so since we completed the lineup for week 13 as the outsider.
Yeah, well, he very much was the unexpected
95.
surprise package from this Series 4, especially the manner in which he progressed. And he's obviously, and credit to him, been putting the graft in. This is as well as
100.
I've seen Reece Robinson play, especially in his opening game.
Even if West goes on to lose this match, it is encouraging.
180.
And when he needs a
Reece
maximum
require
to get himself
121.
any sort of chance of winning this match, he finds one.
May have to take out
105.
the
Steve, you
141.
require 141.
Gets the 60. Oh, just misses the 57.
That would have been the ironic 321 and 6.
93.
But
Reece
Robinson,
requires
to his
16.
credit, with an A-star performance here in round 1,
Game,
takes his
shot,
first 2
and
points with a
match.
13-dart leg.
Reece Robinson.
Now, West does lose that match in 6 legs, but he'll be buoyed by the fact that he did play exceptionally well, averaging over 103 himself. But Robinson stands alone in performance so far today, 105 and 57% on the checkouts. Visit perfect and very, very good indeed. We'll see him again in round 2, but before then, it's Barry van Peer and Jeroen Mioch in an all-Dutch clash to finish round 1.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the blue touch paper on Champions Week has well and truly been lit. A fantastic game between Reece Robinson and Steve West. 6-180 split between the pair. Both players averaging way in excess of a ton, but it was Reece Robinson of 105 average who was the 4-2 victor. Next up for us, Barry Van Peer in action up against Jerome Mioch. Van Peer won his place at Champions Week back in June. Jerome Mioch, less than 36 hours ago. Let's see who's going to win this one then, in the company of Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thanks, Henry. Well, as the saying goes, follow that. Well, if anybody can, this young man can. Now, it has to be said, Nico, very, very impressed with Mioch last week, especially
First leg,
on
it's
Saturday night, where he pretty much
Game on.
dominated from start to finish.
Yeah, very impressed with Mioch because we were here when he made his debut. And he was hanging around that week with Danny Van Tripe, who would go on to get his tour card.
100.
I funnily suspect, even though most people will be tipping Barry Van Peer this week, that it will help Mioch, that he's got a fellow
25.
Dutchman in the practice room, someone who he can maybe practice with in his mother tongue as well.
57.
But I think he has gone up a level since making debut, and last week was the proof of it.
And they got to be careful in there, of course, because Steve West, an absolute fluent Dutch speaker,
80.
having lived there for many years, owned a bar over there, didn't he? His Dutch is just
46.
incredible. You wouldn't know the difference.
Absolutely. And one thing we are going to get at one point this week when Mioch plays against Luke Littler is who's got the biggest
57.
points? Because they really are long points that he's using.
Yeah, I'd say they're got to be 40-odd mil, haven't they?
81.
Grown his hair a little bit since the last time he was here before week 12, but
I reckon the point's almost as long as the dart.
96.
got plenty of clearance getting away from that barrel, making the bed look a little bit bigger. Well, it doesn't get bigger. It just has that
85.
visual of looking bigger. There's been this argument as well this year. It's been following us everywhere we go.
58. Barry required
Who's the best player without a tour
132.
card? It's been raging since February. Is it Littler? Is it Van Peer? Is it somebody else?
40.
This week might answer that question.
Yeah, is it Andy Barton's?
Yeah. He's not even here.
Didn't qualify.
Wasn't really his fault. It was Littler's.
145. Barry required
Good recovery
92.
here from Mioch. So it's got to be 51 and tops for Van Peer, and it's not going to be found.
Incredibly, that'd be
29.
unheard of to go for a
Jerome
treble 20 on
required 40.
92 in our time when the opponent wants 40. Ooh, double 15. A double-double.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, it
Jerome
is.
Mioch.
A break, a throw. A little bit of a theme today so far.
If there is a time to apologise in
Second
darts,
leg, it's
because
Jerome
I am
to
not
throw
one
first.
for it,
Game on.
it's probably that, where you go double 5, double 15, because you don't intend that route, but you do take the leg. It's the equivalent of maybe
59.
Novak Djokovic hitting the net and still winning the point, because it just creeps over the net cord. So I'm not one for apologies, but that one I can
29.
understand.
11 legs played today, Nico. 8 of them have been breaks of throw.
140.
Is that a sign of things to come? Now, as far as Van Peer's season is concerned, it's been...
131.
You've got to say it's been revolutionary, because he has come back from dartitis. We have wondered if he could be as encouraged
56.
as his previous time before he got the dreaded Big D. But I think that Dutch Open win earlier this year has brought him to another level of
97.
confidence. Since then, he's become the man to catch in the Challenge Tour as well. And even though there's quite a few events to go on the Challenge Tour, 8 events in fact,
83.
I'd be amazed if he doesn't get a tour card.
And that Dutch Open, bar none, is the hardest Open to win, just by nature of
54.
the amount of matches you have to play and in that environment.
And who did he beat in the final? Andy Barton's.
Yep.
43.
Another person that was in the semi-finals of this year's Dutch Open was the defending champion, of course,
81.
Jelle Klaassen, and
Jerome
he will be with
required
us
120.
on Thursday afternoon. He's in Group C with Rene Adams and Patrick van den Bogaard, or as we like to call him, Mr. Boogard.
Boogard.
Double top. Oh, he's missed it
85.
left again.
Berry required 109.
So 2 dots at tops, both missed left. Van Peer can steal on 109. But so far, not looking particularly
93.
sharp.
Jerome required 35.
Jerome can take full advantage of this if he can find double 16.
Game shot on the second lay. Jerome Mio.
Now. Is his sharpness from week 12 translating to the
Third leg,
start
it's
of
Berry
week
to throw
13?
first. Game on.
Could he possibly catch a few of these guys a little rusty?
Well, this is certainly a rusty-looking performance
97.
from Barry Van Peer, because the opening 2 legs from Jerome both won in 20 darts.
140.
I'm reliably informed that he was scrambling yesterday to get a hotel reservation for the week because he
100.
booked one for week 12, obviously not knowing that he was going to stick around for week 13. But he's here. He's looking fresh.
135.
He's in a very good position here in match 3.
$145.
That's a really interesting leave, Mace. He's gone 60, 25, 60 to leave 159. And we're talking about a Barry Van Peer who knows how to count.
Yeah, that's unusual.
59.
The Dutch players are usually he's just worked it out now. Sometimes you can just overthink things, and that may have been the case.
I'm waiting for 1 point this week where Barry Van Peer leaves 124.
40. Jerome
But he
required
goes for treble 14 first.
167.
It will happen, but it hasn't happened here in leg 3.
$139. Very
Again,
required
great approach play.
119.
The setup shots from Jerome have been very good, and Van
81.
Peer is
Jerome required
all
28.
over the shop right now.
Double 14. And it's
Game shot on the
another
third
break
lay.
of throw. Chalk that
Jerome
one up.
Mioch.
We're getting to double figures almost in
Just
no
look-
time at all.
Just looking at that Dutch Open,
Fourth
and
leg, it's
that
Jerome to throw
attempt from
first. Game on.
Klaassen, who of course we will see later on in the week. For a while, I mean,
59.
in the modern era, it's been very tough to defend, but there's one outstanding stat. Martin Adams.
I think you know what you're going to say.
Yeah, Martin Adams. Won it in
131.
2010, defended it in 2011, won it again in 2015, and then defended it again in 2016.
Yeah, defending something like that twice
140.
doesn't get anywhere near the recognition it deserves.
No, it's incredibly hard when you think of the players
100.
that have won it and not defended it, beaten one of those. He did it in 95 and 96 when, well, the numbers again were
132.
Now, Berry is probably not going to have the opportunity to defend it
85.
next year.
Jerome required
Because if he's on
170.
tour, he can't even attend the Dutch Open singles. Mioch is looking for the ideal end to leg 4 and the match.
92.
Doesn't get the big outshot, but when he put his head on the pillow last night, knowing that he was going to play Van
60.
Peer first,
Jerome requires 78.
he'll have envisaged this dream result. 74 left. Van Peer
38.
is needing
Very required 125.
something rather miraculous here. He hasn't even had a shot at a double.
and he's not going to get one here. 16 needs 109. This one
53.
could be all but over,
Jerome
Nico.
required 40.
Double quick time.
Should be over. Could be over.
20.
Isn't over yet.
You've got the opportunity
Berry
to bury
requires
Barry.
72.
You've got to do it.
Another one of those. First shot at a
Aim shot
double,
on the
and it's a
fourth
good
leg.
one.
Berry Vampire.
You just never know what's going to happen from this position.
Well, it's like a light switch, Berry's game, isn't it? You can just turn it on.
Fifth leg, it's Berry to throw first. Game on.
Now, we have seen some really interesting stuff in Series 4. Cast your mind back to week 10, the final of the week. Steve Brown was 3-0 up. He lost 4-3.
Yep.
Rennie Idams will be here in Group C, courtesy of that comeback win. Is it something that Berry can do as well?
58.
That sentence was about halfway through, and then Jerome throws in a maximum.
Yeah, and 2 poor visits from Berry Vampire.
135.
And Jerome has kicked it down.
100.
You've got 2 players here who are using very long darts. Long stem, big. They're almost out of shot.
140.
Something like this. 180, 135, 140. 46 after 9 can win it in an 11.
85. Jerome, you require
This is a sign of
46.
confidence coming into Champions Week. He's not messing around. Missed 4 match darts.
14.
Make that 5.
And we can't underestimate that hot streak he's on and the confidence he will take from winning on week 12.
96. Jerome, you require 32.
Another chance to end it.
Game,
And
shots,
end it he does.
and the match.
A
Jerome
good
Mayoff.
performance. Now, he only started with legs in the 7-visit range, but after that, he was too hot to handle. 88.75 the average, and the doubles were okay for now. Things will ramp up in round 2, though, as everybody's got rid of their early morning Monday ring rust. Andy Bolton will take on Steve West in a battle of the veterans when we come back. That's going to start round 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jerome Mioch has got off the mark at Champions Week, finishing off with a 13-dart leg to get the better of Bay Vampire by 4-1. Right, this is what we have seen so far today. Victories for Luke Littler, Reece Robertson and Jerome Mioch to begin the day. So Andy Bolton and Steve West involved in our fourth game of the day. Both players looking to pick up their first win of Champions Week, and to see whether they can do just that, Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason are on hand in the commentary box.
Cheers, Henry. Well, Nico, two big favourites in terms of the match betting. Both defeated in games
First leg, it's Andy
2 and 3. Westy was 8 to 15. He was taken care of by Reece Robinson, although can't ignore that performance. More on that in a moment. And Berry Vampire was 4 to 9. Jerome Mioch was a 13 to 8 dog. But in terms of performance levels, Nico, night and day.
140.
Andy Bolton, 78-76 in a 4-0 defeat. Steve West, 103.71318 is 2 out of 2 on the doubles.
60.
There's something to be said for those two losing averages. They've got pretty much, with the exception of leg difference, the exact same result.
84.
But the difference in the averages was 25. Now they have something to build on. But I get the feeling that Westy's got slightly better
140.
foundations.
Yeah, well, Andy Bolton is old enough and wise enough now, of course, to sort of ignore performances like that. For the younger players, they would probably drag that over into matches 2 and 3 today.
140.
And as you can see from Andy Bolton, that's just now a distant memory. Put in the recycle bin.
Do
Shredded.
some of these players come into Group A, whether it's Champions Week or not, and think the first couple of
81,
rounds,
and you require
I just want to see where I stand.
137.
What can I learn from how I feel today?
Well, we've both played in this, and that, I'm pretty sure you were... Oh, double 10, hang on.
127.
I know, I'm pretty sure you did the same. I approached it exactly that way. I sort of played myself in. And that's what you got to do. Fill it for tops.
180. And you require 10.
Pretty standard Steve West leg, leaving tops after 12 and
Ainge on
losing
the
it.
first leg. Andy Bolton.
I hope it's not going to be one of those weeks for Steve where he's playing so well, putting himself in lots of
Second leg,
positions,
it's
but
Steve to throw
the
first.
timing is
Game
off.
on.
There's been a lot made of timing over the last 6 to 8 months about people playing well but still losing.
140.
Well, you could play good, but if your timing is perfect, you will get the result.
And this game is so much about that
60.
timing. Doing the right way. Listen to one of the best to ever do it, Michael Van Gerwen, and he always says it's all about doing the
60.
right things at the right moment.
It's almost as if Michael is saying, you don't want to hit that 180 in the previous leg. You want to hit it in this leg instead.
180.
Ask and ye shall receive, but it comes from X Factor. And I don't think 180s are going to be a problem in this group because we had a small matter of
100.
6 in our second game with West against Robinson.
Yep. We had 2 in a leg and a half.
$38.
At this early stage of week 13, or Champions Week as we call it, who impressed you the most in qualifying, apart from Luke
77.
Littler? Because that is the obvious answer.
It's a great shout, Nico.
59. Steve, you require 124.
We'll come back to that. We'll give West a chance at 124, but he's not going to go treble 14, is he? No, he's not. It's a good recovery.
74.
Leaves
And
himself
you require
handily placed,
164.
hoping that he's returning. He might not. But now he will. You can sense from that facial expression of Bolton that he really fancied that when he put that first start plumb in that 57 bed. Sign of experience from both players there. Andy not rushing dart 3. And West,
Steve,
seeing that
required
Andy was
50.
making a decision, decided to reset by going to the table and starting again. Only one dart at tops.
Game
All he
shot on the
needs.
second leg. Steve West.
I'd always sort of look at what happened previous, and
Third leg, it's Andy to throw
in
first. Game
West's
on.
first attempt to qualify, of course, he was taken out of it in what was a dead rubber for his opponent, and that hurt. And I was
47.
impressed the way Westy bounced back.
He beat Fallon Sherrick in Series 3 to make the Champions Week. And with him having that Champions Week
125.
experience, as well as Littler, does that come into it?
I think so. I think this week could be down to experience,
140.
and Andy Bolton's got plenty of that, as has this man, Steve West. We've got such a different dynamic to the week with players like Yella Class and Neil Duff,
85.
Colin Osborne, seriously experienced players.
And this is a very intricate format that we have
100.
over a 3-month spell. But in modern day darts, where there are plenty of things going on, do we have anything else where you have to win
95.
something to qualify for this? Even the Grand Slam of darts, you can be the runner-up and qualify.
The only thing I can think of was the old style of the UK Opens that I used to play in, where you had to,
90.
you know, it was an order of merit system. But of course, with the Riley's qualifiers, I suppose, got to win one of those to get to the UK Open. But it's very much youth versus experience this week, isn't it? They've got a real mixture.
96. And you require 124.
To 1-2-4 again, this time for Bolton. Still on. And the bullseye is required.
Game shot on the
And
third
taken.
leg. Andy Bolton.
First hotspot of the week. Wonderfully done by Bolton.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
2-1, and West again playing well and behind.
It was our first ton plus finish of the day. And that's
180.
yet another max.
When you consider that Steve West only played
93.
3 days when he won in week 5, he's still got 24 maximums. That's a lot. Stop teasing me, Steve.
180.
He's teasing everybody around the world because we haven't had a 9 by someone who isn't called Conor Heenahan.
140. Steve, you require 141.
Go south. Go north. Oh, and West misses the 12s. Oh, that would have been something. Everybody wanted that to be hit, including Andy Bolton.
Thickness of a wire away. I thought that was destined to go in, Naku. You know when you just get that feeling?
Yep.
128.
Now you got to win the leg.
Steve, you require 24.
With your second 10 of the day.
Game
You'll
shot
take an
on the
11.
fourth leg.
That takes
Steve
guts. When
West.
you've missed a 9 like that, that next visit is really tough.
Especially when you miss it by such a
Fifth leg,
small
it's Andy to
margin.
throw
It's
first.
just in your
Game
mind.
on.
You're still ruining the missed dart double.
Right, I've made my mind up. We're going to get one this week. Steve West has given me 100% faith that we are going to get a 9-darter this week.
42.
Well, we're going to dig deep into 180 stats in this group of 12 this week, and I think I'm with you, Nico. I think it's going to go.
125.
It could be one of those weeks where all the records tumble. Wouldn't that be something? With the weather being so miserable outside, the dart players are going to cheer us up. There's no better place than to get comfortable at home,
180.
or indeed on your travels, watching the Super Series with myself and Mace and the team, watching these fabulous darters,
55.
giving you the ultimate entertainment that you crave.
Yeah, if you are watching via our YouTube channel, please make sure you subscribe. Hit that thumbs up button. Only takes you a second. And
100.
don't forget, hit that notification bell, and you will be sent an alert every time we do go live. And thank you for your support, and also for the
60.
thousands of you watching via your chosen betting app. Welcome along to the action. And don't forget, if you want to join us on
99.
Saturday night, there is a few tickets available. We're down here on London Road at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Go to www.dartshop.tv. It's just a £2 booking
60.
fee.
Champions
And
Night
you
is
require 80.
great fun.
The last one was brilliant, wasn't it? With Luke Littler, we had a capacity crowd in.
Double 5 for Bolton in the lead.
Game shot on the 5th lay. Andy Bolton.
This has got to be another one of those games where West is thinking, how am I losing this playing well
6th
again?
leg, Steve to
Now
throw
let us just
first. Game on.
emphasise what I'm talking about. Mace mentioned it. Bolton in his first game averaged 78. He lost by 4 legs to 0.
180.
Steve West is now averaging 103 with 50% on doubles and is 3-2 down. But this is why. Because Bolton is averaging 104.
137.
And it just shows you how important experience is. Didn't get disheartened by that opening match performance where he averaged just 78,
96.
76.
But if this continues throughout the day, when does the Steve West eggshell crack?
137.
Because you can't continue to hit this many 180s, play this well, continue to lose and not get
140.
Disheartened.
disheartened. Yeah, that's the right word. In fact, he may not lose. Something about this game.
100.
There's a really nice
Steve
tempo to
require
it.
85.
Suiting both.
75 left. And he doesn't get a shot at the ball.
49.
That could be costly.
And you require 127.
It's a famous number. Is it a famous victory?
Well, Andy Bolton at the moment, I mean, his highest
55.
ever recorded average in official
required
competition is
36.
108.91. He's flirting around that kind of number in this match. Oh, it's got to go, Westy.
Game
And
shot
it
on the
does.
6th lay.
What a
Steve
tart that
West.
is. Not sure how much he knew about it, Nico.
I tell you what, the deflection angle there tells you
So the
everything.
final leg, it's Andy to throw
Because
first.
That
Game
was
on.
probably missing double 18 if it wasn't for his previous flights. He doesn't care. And he's been around this
97.
100 average all game long.
Well, Andy Bolton's highest average on television,
140.
101.69. Well, I watch YouTube on TV, so this counts.
Well, there you go.
99.
Case closed. This is a TV tournament. It might shock you to know that Steve West, even though he was someone who beat the likes of
60.
Phil Taylor in the World Grand Prix,
MVG.
doesn't have a PDC title, though. One of the best players ever in the PDC system not
57.
to have a senior PDC title. Did have a shot for one against MVG once when it was 5-all. Missed it, lost the tournament.
100.
Is he losing this game? Or is that half-dart lead here going to be key? Over to you, Andy.
Yeah, cannot afford to make a mistake here, Andy Bolton, in what's been a tremendous
60.
match and worthy of a 7th and deciding leg. But it's in his hands. He's got 6 at 201. May only need 4.
139.
Was there a case for the ball at the last dart?
Yep.
I'm just wondering if he'd hit the 25, he would have been in single to double combination range. Whereas now, he still
60.
needs a treble.
Steve requires 62.
Treble 14. Tops.
Game,
Absolutely
shots,
brilliant
and the
from
match.
West.
Steve West.
Timed to perfection. He had real highs in that game, but his consistency throughout, averaging close to 100 and 50% on the doubles. That was a superb game of darts, fitting for any Champions Week. And if only he'd hit that double 12, we would have had a 9-darter as well. But there's still plenty of time to get one of those this week. When we come back, it's another look at the tournament favourite. Luke Littler's back against Jeroen Mierk.
Welcome back to Champions Week, and the standard is red hot so far. Steve West, a 4-3 victor against Andy Bolton before the break. Both players averaging pretty much on the ton. 6 180s in that game, and Steve West missing double 12 for the 9. Right, next up for us, 2 victors going toe-to-toe as Jerome Mir takes on Luke Littler. And watching this one in the commentary box is Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Well, if anything is to go by from the first 4 matches, Henry, we're in for a treat the whole week. As far as Steve West is concerned, he's averaging something in the region of 101.75 for his first 2 matches.
Game on.
Long may that continue for Steve, but for Littler, a somewhat lackadaisical 93.94 in his first game.
Didn't drop a leg.
I just wonder what he's going to do against Jeroen Mierk.
Well, when you think
42.
that match started with a 22 darter against Andy Bolton, which Luke Littler holed after Andy Bolton missed 7 at a double, he then reeled
100.
off 3 consecutive 14 darters.
I know there's a lot of chat about Luke, and there should be because of his talent.
He is a phenomenon.
Does he remind you of anybody? Or do you
180.
think there have been other examples of what 16-year-olds can do at a top level before?
135.
We know about Michael van Gerwen.
Only Boris Becker.
Good point. He was 17?
When he won Wimbledon, yeah.
96.
So if you want to be transcendent, Luke, you're going to have to win Ali Pali this year. No pressure.
140.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Luke required
really wouldn't.
125.
Well, this has got his name written all over it. He's gone the old Rod Harrington route.
Yeah.
60. Jerome, you require 87.
Well, this is a great start to this game. And in the battle of the 2 players with the long points, it's the Dutchman who takes the lead.
Yeah, despite the max.
Second leg, it's Luke to throw
15
first.
dart hold.
Game on.
I'm not sure how much Luke will know of Jerome. I can guarantee you, Jerome will know plenty
80.
about Luke Littler.
He's also doing something else which is very Gen Z, is the young man. I said that like a granddad, didn't I? But he's wearing the clutch bottom trousers as well. A bit like those funky golfers like Eric Van Rooyen of South Africa.
140.
He looks way more fashionable than we do.
I don't think I could get away with those, Nico. I get away with
60.
some outrageous stuff, but not those.
Yeah, especially with the white socks. He looks like he's a member of Madness.
Yeah, see, that wouldn't be a look, would it? It is now.
60.
I like it. I actually think, and my good friends over in Japan and Malaysia, they play in a lot of soft tip events, and they play in high top trainers.
Yeah, they really express
40.
themselves visually as well as on the board, which I like.
If you've ever seen any footage of Lawrence Illigan, who is one of the best players not to have played here yet.
I'm Royden Lamb, remember him?
Oh yeah, they've got
with the glasses.
They've got some kicks. They've got some accessories
60.
as well, which
Luke, you require
can't take your eyes
81.
off. But when it comes to Littler, you can't take the eyes off the darts. Double 16.
49.
You can almost, with Luke, you can just start to see him start to flow and get into his rhythm. This format suits him
117. Luke,
perfectly.
you require 32.
When he was only denied in the UK Open, of course, of progression in an absolute thriller against Adam
No
Gavlas,
score.
who
Jerome, you require
went on to make the semi-final, didn't he?
Absolutely right. We've already seen this morning that he's had some trouble on double 16 and double 8.
Luke, you require 32.
The angle of entry is not perfect for this double.
Game shot on the second
That's a great
leg.
shot.
Luke Littler.
But I just wonder if he's going to have more success on tops, 18s and
Third leg, it's
10s
Jerome to
because
throw
of that
first.
angle of entry.
Game on.
And for a 16-year-old lad, which is what he is, he's very reactive, and you will see him sort of, right, okay, I'm not in double
95.
16, I'll change it up. We'll go tops, 10s.
We said that about Taylor for years, didn't we? He didn't have a favourite double. He had 2.
140.
How can you have 2 favourite doubles? Well, he was as good at double 16 as he was at tops. So there you go.
I think he liked them all.
58.
He was really good at double 6. Mind you, when he was going for 9 daughters, he
42.
didn't usually need double 6 afterwards. But I'm reliably informed, in fact, that when Steve West missed that double 12, Andy Bolton in our arena
180.
gave Steve a little boo. If someone does that on Saturday night, it'll be a bit louder.
92.
Make sure you join us down here. Or if you can, it will all be live on our Super Series YouTube channel
85.
until 10 o'clock. And then we switch to Sporty Stuff TV.
140. Jerome, you require 83.
Good chance of 2-1 here for the Dutchman, especially now.
Game
That's
shot
a
on the
superb
third
kill in
leg.
14
Jerome
darts.
Meehan.
And he's handling the situation very, very well. On throw, 15 and 14.
Fourth leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
Here's a question for you. At the very start this morning, before a dart was thrown, did you see Jerome Meehan
81.
in your top 3 in this group?
No.
Neither did I.
140.
Although I have to say, it was. I was super impressed with him last week, especially finals night on Saturday. He was very, very solid.
134.
My issue is I'm not sure he has a high enough ceiling
140.
the level I expect. Your Barry Van Peers, your Luke Littlers, your Boltons, your Steve Wests, but
140.
he could grow into it.
Did we just see a regrip mid-throw from Littler?
140. Luke, you require 146.
To get a grip of the game, he needs another. I've got to give Miuk a lot of credit here.
Yeah.
He's starting to lift that level towards the 100 mark.
94. Jerome, you
This
require
81 checkout,
81.
if taken, is a 3-1 lead against the favourite. Double 13. The double that Littler wanted to have in his previous visit, but couldn't leave on.
Game
Oh, that's
shot on the
brilliant.
fourth leg. Jerome
3-1
Meehan.
to Miuk. And what is happening today when it comes to the favourites for games?
12 dart breaker throw, both players
Fifth leg,
averaging now
Jerome to throw
96 and a
first.
half.
Game on.
And this is where he was pretty much throughout Saturday night. So we know he can play at this level.
59.
What we don't know, can he play at that level we've seen from Steve West so far today? And what we've seen from Littler
134.
previously.
There is an argument, of course, that Littler might be perturbed by this result so far and could press the
83.
turbo booster. Don't be surprised if that happens.
I mean, we've seen players get to Luke. The problem is it's
140.
playing well enough to get him on that back foot. That's the trouble. It's just about hanging in.
98.
That dart was a bit like Greg Louganis in the 88 Olympics, just about to jump off the diving board.
99.
Well, that's an 80s reference for you. How about a 90s reference? Jerome's haircut. Moving on. I can't believe curtains are
42.
coming
Luke
back into
require
fashion. He makes it look
128.
really good. Just like Littler might look at this 128 and make it look good.
I'd say he couldn't have stayed on the
69.
54, but a very lazy final dart. And instead of having 3 darts at a double,
97. Luke,
got
you
a
require
burn one
59.
to get 2 at tops.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Well, you like to say
Lou
knit one,
Littler.
pearl one. How about burn one, hit one? 3-2. And now this
Sixth
is a
leg,
very
it's Luke to throw
doable
first.
situation for
Game
Littler.
on.
What is it about that area of the northwest of England? Liverpool, St Helens, Manchester.
135.
Littered with an array of world-class darting talent.
It was like Stoke for a while, wasn't it? Andy Bolton, of course, originally from Stoke.
84.
Mark Frost, Andy Hamilton, Adrian Lewis, Phil Taylor.
We were chatting about our old pal Alan Warren a little this morning
81.
and how his career, as great as it was, it doesn't get anywhere near the credit it deserves for the other things he did.
140.
Yeah, so underrated. Well, we brought it up while we were looking over the history of the Dutch Open. He won it 3 times across the span of 10 years.
139.
This is a wonderful response from Littler. He's been put on the back foot by a very impressive Jerome Mioch. And right now, we said at the top of the show with Henry, he is often questioned and always seems to come up with the answers.
Look how disappointed he is by missing that treble by 2 millimeters. The standards he sets himself.
Jerome, you require
I wouldn't mind the switch there because it was low and it looked like it could be deflected. No damage done.
Luke,
double after 12.
36.
I know.
$31.
Your face.
Jerome, you require 80.
He did this in qualifying week.
I've been left speechless, which is not often the case.
Now, we wondered why we talked about the flat 8. This is why. Look how much he's had to
60.
move around to try and find a pathway in.
Luke, you require 5.
We know which way he's going this time. Oh,
No
not
score.
that way, though.
Jerome, you require
And for
20.
me, he knows the 16 double 10 split's wrong.
Game,
And he's paid the
shots,
price
and the
as
match,
Jerome Mioch produces yet another upset here on day 1 of Champions Week. Mioch there was the 6-4 dog, 1-2 favourite. Luke Littler beaten 4 legs to 2. The average is 92.57 Mioch, 95.35 Littler. But it's Mioch who takes the spoils when we come back. Rhys Robinson, who's been in wonderful form so far today, he's up against Barry Van Peert.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jerome Mioch is working his magic again. 2 wins from 2. He's the early pace setter here in Champions Week, getting the better of Luke Littler by 4 legs to 2. Right, the final game of the second round of fixtures. Steve Reece Robinson back in action. He was ultra impressive in getting the better of Steve West. He takes on Barry Van Peer, looking for his first win. And watching this one in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Yeah, a little bit of a gulf in class or quality from performance one from these two players. Barry Van Peer, much fancied by many.
First
Only got
leg,
one
it's
target
Reece
a double in
to
his
throw
first
first.
game against
Game
Jerome
on.
Mioch. He lost that one by 4 legs to 1. But as for Robinson, his 4-2 win against Steve West in round 1 was mightily impressive. And when you consider what we've already seen today,
125.
him having the performance of the day so far tells us a lot. I just wonder what we're going to get next from him, as Barry has had a
59.
chance to get rid of the ring rust. Now we should get something better than before.
Well, Robinson has been the juice so far today.
100.
I'm trying to think of reasons why he doesn't want to be called the juice.
I just don't get why not. Yeah, 105.22, the highest average so far today. But
180.
are we going to see a pattern here, Nico? We've seen Andy Bolton average 78.76 in his opening match, and then
82.
bounced back very impressively. Didn't get the better of Steve West, but an average some 22 points higher. Well, Barry, well, identical average.
81.
78.76 in that opening performance, where he was beaten 4-1 by Jerome, the current pace setter. And we both asked the question, did we expect to see him
100.
anywhere near the top of the table?
I think Henry coined the phrase that it could be a bit of an up and down week.
145. Reach the
Well,
required
this is
94.
starting very unpredictable here in Group A.
Well, that 105.22 from Robinson is just 5 points off his highest ever average. His highest TV average, 89.03.
58.
Ooh, Barry's just
required 36.
been shown the way to double 18.
Oh, he split.
Both players are doing it.
20.
We're seeing 16 double 10.
Richard
Well,
required
I guarantee he
36.
wasn't going for the 4. He has been missing a few darts low today.
Game shot
And
on
that's
the
2
first
double
leg.
18s
Reece
for Robinson to take that leg in 2 different visits. You don't see that very often. That's very Jose de Souza.
Second leg, it's Barry to throw first.
It has been a summer of
60.
records being broken. A 12th World Match Play champion in 30 tournaments. That's not a lot. And of course, we've seen the British 100 metre and
77.
200 metre records go as well. So Linford Christie and John Regis's records are no more.
He was a lump, John Regis, wasn't he?
140.
Amazed he could. I mean, I know sprinters are big nowadays, but my goodness. You'd more have seen him in American football or rugby.
He would have been an amazing running back.
98.
And that leads me to someone who was called the Juice. O.J. Simpson.
100.
Quickly moving on.
Exactly. That's probably why he didn't go for the Juice. But he's one of the advocates for the
93.
molded stem and flight technology.
Yep.
You had a go of those?
Yeah, I did use them for a while.
59.
Thing is, me and you are a bit OCD, and I can't use anything that doesn't look like they're brand new. And a fiver a set. Well, I had the
42. Barry
fit
required
flight, so it was sort of like a push.
142.
They were push fit. But yeah, fiver a set. I was playing 3 times a week then. £15 a week on flights. But and the only other thing was the big case, because they got to be
84.
kept in a molded case, and yeah.
Yeah, dart cases from when we were younger were about the size of some of the sponsor badges on these dart player shirts.
Yeah, just a little folded flat
122. Barry
case
required
in
58.
your back pocket.
Now you need a bag for everything. Double top.
Game shot on the
And
second
if there's
leg.
one
Barry
thing
Van
that's going
Peer.
right for Barry Van Peer so far today, it's double top.
Well, although you
Third leg, it's Reese to throw
You
first.
jest. I've
Game
actually
on.
seen them. They are like little briefcases, and they're dart cases. And I'm like, I can't. Well, I suppose back in my day, we'd go out after darts. You couldn't take one of them around with you.
121.
Van Pierre has got to figure out this weight of the dart.
56.
So far today, it cannot be ignored that most of his darts are going low.
Yeah. Which is usually an indication of being under a bit of pressure.
59.
He also has got that moulded piece at the front of his dart, hasn't he? Reece Robinson.
97.
Not sure if they're part of the point or actually part of the barrel.
It's a very intricate point that he's got. And we are getting closer to that rule change as
134.
well,
Yep.
where a lot of dart players, if they want to play here next year or in the PDC circuit or anything affiliated with the Darts Regulation Authority,
100.
the bottom 1.5 centimetres of the point must be smooth.
Yep. I've just been told they're actually the new mission points.
134.
Everybody's on a mission this week. Only one
98.
can complete
Reach
it, and for
required
the other 11,
53.
it will be mission impossible. Whose dead reckoning is it?
Game
Here
shot.
Who's gonna be the
in
top
Game
gun?
6.
Reece Robinson.
Well, this is merely part one of the dead reckoning this week.
Fourth leg, it's Berry to throw first.
There's lots of areas of black curtains here at the MODUS Super Series studio.
96.
At the end, on Saturday night, we're going to part those curtains and you will see fireworks come Saturday night.
100.
Have you done a short list of the 6 you think is going to be here Saturday night?
I haven't,
100.
but off the top of my head, I'm going to go for Littler. I think Miek's going to make it. I think he's going to have one of those hot 2-week spells. I'm going to go for
100.
Neil Duff, Danny Lauby. I think Klassen will be there. And our
135.
good friend Boogard. Just like 127 in game was a thing. The way that Paul Hinks says his name is now a
60.
thing.
Berry required
I assure you, it was
170.
being mentioned nationwide 2 weeks ago.
94.
Great response from Berry.
Yep, and needed. Both players averaging 94 and change.
Do you know what? His nickname could have been Chuck if it wasn't taken already by Alan Norris.
100. Berry requires 76.
I call him Very, because this could be very Van Pier.
Game
Beautifully
shot the
done.
fourth leg. Berry
Clean.
Van Peer.
15 dart hold, 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Reach to throw first. Game on.
One of the other things about coming to Champions Week as well is that you're used to all of the different intricacies of this format. Whether it's group play, whether it's the pause between legs, where everything is.
180.
The whole rhythm of this place. Getting here, leaving here, staying close by.
100.
Nothing is a surprise.
Yeah, mentally having that ability to discard a poor performance. And we've seen that from the
123.
players already today, that one bad performance doesn't define your day or your week,
134.
or in fact your campaign. I think that's why we've seen those that have played
100.
a fair bit of Super Series darts gone on and do better things, because mentally they're adaptable and they're showing strength.
97.
Resilience.
Reach required 98.
Double 18 should be the target.
58.
That's tidy.
Berry
Well,
required
we've had a 9 threatened. We've had a
170.
170 threatened from Littler. Ooh, fancied that. So did he.
140. Reach required 40.
Double top for 3-2.
Game
That's
shot
very
the
good.
fifth leg. Reece
holding
Robinson.
position in this game because he has the darts in the odd-numbered legs.
6th egg, it's Berry to
Very
throw
much.
first.
An indication of form, the challenge to an order of merit sometimes. I don't think it is for these two.
145.
Van Peer is at number 1. Robinson is at 129. He's only won
60.
£425 in ranking money on the Challenge Tour this year, which is the secondary tour to the Elite PDC level. £11,424 more to the number 1 spot, Van Peer. But it's the man outside the top 100 in that order of merit
95.
who is leading this game and is on the verge of being undefeated after 2 rounds, just like Jeroen Meek.
140.
But in order to win this match, he's going to have to hold in leg 7 by the looks of it.
57.
And his running
Berry
average
require
for the
116.
Challenge Tour is 87.2 for the season so far. Berry at 89.6, and he's not, although
61.
he's top, he's actually only 9th in the numbers. I mean, if Reece Robinson was playing on the Challenge Tour at the level we've seen from him today, he would be very much at the
45.
top end
Berry
of the table.
require
Very much so.
55.
Double top.
35.
He will return. No panic. We have seen players try to qualify for this stage of Series 4
57.
and
Berry
fail,
require 20.
who are close to Barry Van Peer in that list. But he's
Aim shot
here,
on the 6th
and they're
leg.
not. And
Barry
I'm
Van
talking about
Peer.
the likes of Chris Landman, Christian Kist, John Henderson, Cam Crabtree, and a lot
final
more.
leg, it's
Even
Reece to throw
former
first.
champion Conan
Game on.
Whitehead, who's at 8th in the Challenge Tour list. But look at the lead he's got at the top. It's almost £7,000. And with
97.
8 events left, you get the feeling that his return to the Pro Tour could be as little as a month away.
100.
Yep.
Which is sad for us because it would mean that he wouldn't be able to play for at least 2 years here at the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, but look at the... Well, we never want to see a player lose their tour card, but the ones that are looking likely, their loss is our gain.
45.
Potentially, we have some wonderful players who will be looking to re-establish themselves back on the Pro Tour with possibly a
43.
year here, redeveloping their game and getting back on the tour.
60.
The darting Lord giveth and the darting Lord taketh away.
But you think you go back 3-4 years ago, there was nothing there for them. Now, of course, they've got ADC here,
96.
Challenge Tour, WDF, plenty of options. If you're over 50, of course, the World Seniors Darts Tour.
45. Reach
There's something on the line this week as well.
140.
If it's Van Peer or Luke Littler, could be something else online. But it's a match dart for Robinson. That's a
Game,
wonderful
shot,
finish
and the match.
from Sugar.
Reece Robinson.
Very, very sweet indeed, because now with 4 points in the bag from 2 games, courtesy of that biggest finish of the day so far, it's that man on the left-hand side of your monitor that has 80% on the doubles and an undefeated streak of 2 to start his campaign here in Champions Week. That was very good indeed, wasn't it? We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, it'll be round 3.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds of fixtures down on the first day of Champions League. It is a very warm welcome up to the balcony for the first time in Champions League to the asset Paul Nicholson. This is what we've seen so far, Paul, and it's fair to say that we've seen a little bit of everything. Unpredictability, some excellent darts, the whole lot.
I think unpredictability is the right word. We can try and predict with the numbers that we've seen previously, but ultimately it's the people with the darts making the statements that will make the headlines. And so far what we're seeing are the two outsiders, perceived outsiders, who are making the waves. Meek getting 4 points and Robinson getting 4 points. I'm not sure many people would have predicted that, but fair play to them.
Let's digest then the tale of the day so far. Let's begin with Jerome Meek. Now, he's won 2 out of 2, and he's kind of ridden the wave of momentum that he's picked up from last week.
You were just saying to me off the air that he hasn't lost a match since Wednesday last week. It doesn't matter that he didn't play on Thursday and Friday. The fact that he has not lost a match in this building since Wednesday tells you everything you need to know, because when you continually win like that, you want to keep winning. You want that feeling to swell.
Well, he beat Luke Littler in his second game, but the big talking point is this: splitting 36 with the opponent on a match-winning shot.
Well, it doesn't make any sense. I could be here for 5 minutes telling you why it doesn't make sense. Now, maybe there are things that happen or evolve in scoring a 5-1 leg, and you may have your favourites in parts of the board, but as far as that's concerned, it makes no sense to me. I'll be intrigued to see what Luke says about it, so we can try and understand why he does that.
On the other side of the card, Jerome taking the finish out after Luke Littler said, "You're not going to take it." Can that psychologically give him an advantage on the field?
Maybe, but I think in trying to crack some of these opponents, you're going to need more than 3 darts. You're going to need a psychological hammer. And especially with the experienced guys like Bolton and West, they've seen it all before. They've seen upstarts try different things. So we've got plenty of time to discuss things like that, but ultimately there will be new things that we'll have to discuss, but the experience might just be too much from some of the middle players and the more experienced players.
So if that was the ridiculous, this was kind of the sublime. Now, we've seen the flatties used quite a lot. Owen Bates did it here the last Champions Week, and Luke Littler using it in his game here, right from the very first dart.
This does make sense, but only if you can execute it. You might think, well, why has he done it on dart 1? He doesn't want any flights, any stems, or indeed any barrels in the way of a potential shot at double top. He's got so much skill to get the darts landing upright and flat. He has this in his locker, which not many players have got. I've seen Daryl Gurney try it with 60. Now we've got Luke trying it with 80. I just wonder what's next.
Well, the standard overall today has been absolutely superb, and we were almost treated to a 9-dart finish. Steve West clipping the double 12 to join the elusive list. And there's some 9 darts you think can go. I think when this treble 19 went in, it felt inevitable.
Yeah, he's been really good on double 12 in his career, and just look how close that was as well. It was a really superb try from Steve. Me and Mace think that that's just the precursor. We think one's going to go this week. We're going to hang our hat on it.
And he's been absolutely superb today, hasn't he, Steve West?
Yeah, he really has. Lost with a big average in his first game, and the ability to come back and perform at the same level but get the result from behind as well just goes to show where Steve West is with his game.
Well, West is heading in the right direction. So this is the table after 2 rounds of matches. It's the 2 bookmakers outsiders who head the table at this particular point. And Reece Robinson, well, absolutely superb today. Ton plus average against Steve West, backed it up against Berry Van Peer.
In the past, he has been someone to throw his best darts at the start of a session. Now it's about sustaining that. Can he do this over the course of 3 days? That's the difficult thing about, you can be a sprint runner and you can get 10 seconds in 100 meters, but how can you do it over 1,500? Now it's a case of, can you do it over the next 3 matches and ultimately over the next 3 days? That's where the test is.
Andy Bolton in action up next against Jerome Meek. What's been your assessment of his day so far?
He wouldn't have been happy with his first performance, but he didn't look too perturbed. He knows that if there are going to be mistakes made, they can be made slightly early, but much better in the next game. And now there needs to be another continuation of improvement.
Well, he is in action against Jerome Meek, who is 2 from 2 so far today. Paul Nicholson will make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Chris Mason. Hello, Mace.
Morning, Henry. Thank you very much, chaps. Interesting insight. Well, Nico mentioned a psychological hammer at the moment. Miok is saying, you can't touch this. He is 2 from 2 right at the top of the table. Can he make it 3 from 3 against a very impressive
First
Andy
gets
Bolton
Andy
last
to throw
time out?
first.
Went
Game
down
on.
4-3 despite averaging 100.18. A defeat to West. He'll be wanting to go north
97.
because right now he is at the bottom of the table.
$140.
Jerome with a 4-1 win over fancied Berry Vampire with an 88.75. Improved in his next match, defeating the fancied Luke Littler at 4-2 with a 92.57. Phil
59.
is going to have to improve on that 92.57 to get a win over a very impressive Andy Bolton.
44. 56.
Rightly starting on the 18s. Bolton here, 26, the lead. Plus these. You want to stay straight here to leave a finish.
100.
246 is the halfway point of the leg. But this is where you really want to accelerate.
140.
You
And
throw
you
in that
require
maximum there, and it makes this
120.
120 so much harder. And this dart is really hard.
He's going to have to work around it. Yeah. Always the danger. Because by stepping to the right, you're throwing slightly farther away, so you tend to over-pitch it. Of course, the
46.
oki should be
You only
crescent
require
shaped, shouldn't it?
106.
Maybe that's something we can change.
I did want to do an example. We actually, once you've got the height of the board, one moment, this is it
90.
for the break. You
And
measure
you require 74.
diagonally from the ball to the floor. And what you actually should do, if you put a pen there, is you go all the way right and all the way left, like maybe 2 or 3 feet either way. And that would give you what should be the shape of the oki, because then you are exactly the
27.
same point away from
Jerome
the board,
requires 60.
no matter where you stood on the oki.
He didn't have to move on that occasion.
Jerome
Credit to him
Neal.
as well, because that was a wonderfully thrown dart. And 17 dart break of throw.
Second
1-0.
leg, it's Jerome to throw
The
first.
fact that he has
Game
not
on.
lost a match since Wednesday, Mace. Are we starting to see, as your own Miok, who has never been this confident
134.
before? Because when you step through those doors, those very large oak doors at the front of this building,
81.
you might start thinking to yourself, I might not lose a match this week. That 20 grand check might be mine.
Why not?
100.
When you don't know what it's like to lose, that's a good habit to be in.
How often is it that consistency wins the day
100.
over explosiveness, especially when you're playing multiple games per day? Would you rather have a 95 average for the day, or would you rather average 78
140.
and 105 and constantly flip-flop between the two?
Well, that's the difference between this and knockout darts, of course, isn't it?
180. Jerome, you require 127.
Massive maximum there for Andy Bolton, but it might be in vain. 88.
111.
Surprised he missed by
and
that
you
much.
require
Yeah.
140.
Had a bit of practice down there. Oh, no finish now for Bolton. That's a wild one.
He's just been on a cruise. If that dart was on the cruise, it was off the deck. Positively in the ocean.
40. Jerome,
Did
you
say to him
require
this morning.
16.
You've been on a cruise, but your tan's no better, Andy. Amazing how good a tan he can get up in Scotland. Oh,
Eight.
and that's unfortunate. That really did hit
And
the
you
previous
require
dart, but not
100.
enough.
Maybe he did one of them cruises around the Nordic region.
He's looking to the top.
I think he was caught in between there because it was a good guide, wasn't it?
And now he needs a single 20, but he's holding on a little bit. I'm not sure he likes to lie.
No, it's got every chance of deflecting either left or right into the treble 20.
Is there a case here for treble 12?
Yes.
60.
Ooh, that was
It turns out to be a really
Require
good single
8.
in the end. Or was he just holding Jerome up a little bit there to make him
Game
think
shot on the
it didn't
second
work?
leg.
No.
Jerome Mioch.
For those of you that don't understand or the origins of hockey, it used to be
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first.
hockey with an H,
Game on.
which is derived from a word meaning to cut a line or a notch into something, which is probably how we ended up in the 20s with the word hockey and it being
100.
a line.
I'm sure there are people out there who would look at the spelling of hockey
60.
and might have thought it had something to do with the Spanish word for 8, which is ocho, but it doesn't.
No. And for those of you that are interested in the history
82.
of darts, Dr. Patrick Chaplin has wrote some absolutely incredible books. I think you can get them online as well. He's known as Dr. Darts. He's actually I'm pretty sure he is a
96.
professor. Yeah, he is. And he's written some wonderful articles regarding not just the modern game, but also the history of our game, its origins, how it ended up in the UK. It originally come from
59.
France, and when they've done some dredging and cleaning of the Thames, the amount of darts found that fell off ships back then that were being
57.
brought in from France.
Yes, unfortunately, Mr. Chaplin, or should I say Dr. Chaplin, he can't fix your game because he's not that kind of doctor.
100.
He's more of a historian. He can tell you a tale, though. Don't really need to fix
125.
Mr.
And you
Mioch's game
require
because it's in pretty good
160.
shape, apart from leaving a bogey number there, of course.
Yeah, annoyingly, the teachers at school, they couldn't get me to read a history book.
140.
I had no problem reading the darts rule front to back 3 times over.
40.
That's a
And
bit
you
of a white
require
flag
20.
visit there from Jerome. You expect Bolton to take this shot, and he
Game
does,
shot on the
with
third
no trouble.
leg. Andy Bolton.
Didn't know much Latin, but I knew plenty about Leighton.
Fourth leg, it's Jerome to throw first. Game
I
on.
was the same. I couldn't stand reading books at school, but when it came to reading about stuff on the darts planet,
180.
it was all about that. All about reading the averages from the previous week's inter-county darts. Who got the biggest one? I'll never forget.
Well, it was the Rizzler, wasn't it? It was sponsored
99.
by Rizzler. And I think he used to get the best county average of the month. I think it was 500 quid way back then.
Yeah, it was a lot of money. I remember one month, it was actually hit
60.
by Trina Gulliver. She got the highest average of anyone, male or female. A remarkable month from a remarkable woman.
Yeah.
100.
I experienced that firsthand not very long ago.
Jerome is one cool customer. He doesn't give a great deal away. He was first here this morning. First here
60.
at around 20 to 8. That is really keen. When you consider you've got some people in Group A who have got majestic work
92.
ethics. To get here before them, that just goes to show what Jerome thinks he needs to do to win this week.
Well, I like the cut of his cloth. He's
130.
very stoic and just goes about his business, and I like it.
Now, some people would class him as a good opponent because he doesn't mess around doing stuff. He's not
100. Jerome, you require
like an ant in a
71.
sock. He's not annoying.
He's being annoyingly good.
Game
That
shot on the
continues.
foreplay.
15
Jerome
darter, a 180 in there.
Are we seeing before our very eyes in the last 8 days
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw
the
first.
evolution
Game on.
of this young man's darting product? Because we've seen so many people come from the Netherlands. We've hung our hat on the likes of Van Peer over the last 6 months, on Van Gerwen and Van Barneveld in the past, and other world champions like Kist and Klaassen.
Well, it's something we spoke about in depth about the new players and how long it took us to get used to playing darts under the lights, if you will.
100.
You know, I remember making my debut on TV and then waiting nearly a year to do it again. Well, they're playing more times on TV in a week
46.
than I did in 5 years.
Just how valuable is this experience going to be
40.
for them going forward? But the
Well,
confidence of winning the title would be immeasurable.
It's what you learn about yourself and your own game, isn't it? You know, if you want, if you sort of picked up on something when you've made a TV appearance,
140.
to sort of try and build on that, you've got to wait a long time. They can do it on the fly.
And there's this culture as well of
43.
young Dutch
And you
players
require
having
135.
Godfather-style haircuts. They look like darting mafia.
95.
And Jerome looks a bit like a young Ray Liotta from Goodfellas. Although he does go to the same earring store as Danny Noppert.
60. And you require 40.
Well, it's just going to be a hold for Andy, and he'll close the gap to 1, but it's Jerome who has the darts in the next one.
Game shot on the fifth
Never in
leg.
doubt.
Andy
What a
Bolton.
camera angle as well, just to illustrate how good that guide was. Just glances off the bottom of the
Sixth leg, it's
barrel
Jerome
and
to
cushions
throw
its way
first. Game
into the
on.
top's bed for 3-2 down. He can still get his first win of the day if he wins the next 2 legs.
134.
But you can't win it on day 1 of Group A, but you can certainly put yourself in a precarious position. And wins have to start
99.
coming for Andy Bolton. He does lose this one. I'm not saying he's out of the running to possibly Getting group
140.
B, but I think in terms of winning it, it's going to be tough because the players just in front of him,
93.
including Littler and West and Barry Van Peer, can really get a move on.
Speaking of getting a move on,
140.
it's a match-winning position. Just watch the next time he's at the Yockey, which could be the last time in this match.
Yeah, another
He has
classy
this-
leg.
He has this proclivity of just nodding his entire body before the first dart. Watch this.
133. Jerome, you require
There it is.
87.
It's like a calibration technique for him, and it works. Working
Game,
really
shots,
well. He's
and the
still
match.
undefeated
Jerome
in the
Miller.
last 5 days. 4-2 the win, and another consistent display. He doesn't need to have the better average. He doesn't need to have the better checkered percentage. He just manages to get the wins, and this time it was by 4 legs to 2 to take him to 6 points in the table. When we come back, it's Barry Van Peer and Steve West in the middle match of the day.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the momentum of Miok continues. A 4-2 victory against Andy Bolton means there's a hat-trick of victories for him at the start of day one. Next up for us, it is Steve West, who narrowly missed double 12 for a 9-dart finish earlier on today, taking on Bay Van Peer, looking for his first victory of the day. But before we head into commentary with Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson, now, Mace, you won week 12 just like Jerome Miok. What kind of momentum can you get from winning that week that maybe Jerome's taken into today?
Yeah, good point, Henry. I think the confidence you get from practicing is totally different from the practice you get from actually playing and succeeding. So I think we're seeing evidence of that when you consider how he started off the week.
First leg, it's Steve to throw
As we always say, it's not how you
Game on.
start, and it's very apt. It's how you finish in this sport. And he's definitely using, especially the performance level, Nico, he produced on Saturday night.
Very much so.
96.
If you think about what Little has done as well, the two performances he's put in to win a week, averaging 109 and 117, so he knows about dipping to the tape, you could say.
Yeah.
As far as West is concerned, the way he was able to win his second
98.
match against Andy Bolton just goes to show what kind of mood he's in. It seemed very resilient to me, considering what he went through as Reece Robinson in game 2.
Yeah, and of course, credit to Bolton, the way he played. He averaged in excess of a ton in that match himself and took it to the wire. But this man's averaging around about 102 for the day so far over the course of 2 matches.
46.
Now, as I said a little earlier, West will most definitely be going north if he continues at that level.
His walk-on song for when he was racing big stages was by
37.
Journey. It'll be quite the journey this week.
Yeah.
And don't stop believing, Steve. I was always wondering why it wasn't
85.
Go West.
Steve, you're
By the Pet Shop Boys, or indeed anything by the band Go West.
Yeah. And they did do a few bangers back in the day. I'm sure they could have found one that was certainly upbeat enough.
I'm sure he's the king of wishful thinking this week.
1-0.
It could be 1-0 in the next 2 darts from Steve.
140.
Does
Steve,
love
you require
tops.
65.
Always has had. Still
Game
does.
shot on the first
And he really
leg.
has been good at it
Steve
today.
West.
Clinical.
Second leg, it's Berry to throw first. Game on.
This is better from Van Peer.
140.
I just wonder what kind of pressure he's feeling coming into this week. I know that a lot of the chat has been about Littler. But when Berry was here, winning week 6,
140.
it was as if people were saying, when is he going to win week 6?
Well, in very similar fashion, he had to bounce back
180.
from dominating a Group A to not winning his week. And had to come back like Steve West had to.
140.
And remember, the players only get 2 opportunities a series. That's it. And they don't get 2 full weeks, apart from, of course,
96.
our players that have come from the Oceanic region and, well, to spend 24 hours on a plane, they deserve 2 cracks at it.
135.
Apart from that, a player will get 1 full week and then either a Group B or a Group C, and that's it.
60.
That is not a bullseye.
86.
I just wonder if Steve is going to need it. That he does.
61.
He does not get it.
Berry required 25.
Usually an area of the board he's very proficient at. Well, that's only just in. That's a great marker.
Game shot the second leg.
Didn't use it really.
Barry Vampire.
But it was more of a range finder. As Barry bounced back.
Third leg, it's Steve
A
to throw
max
first.
and a
Game
15-dart hold.
Interesting that Berry's nickname is Bionic. And by the end of the year,
11.
Steve West might be bionic, courtesy of the surgery that he needs. I think everybody who knows Steve, and I've been friends with him for years, as you have as well, Chris, all we want for him
58.
is to be able to walk, to play, pain-free.
Yeah, well,
And he hasn't had it at all.
well, in over 20 years,
140.
he's not had the opportunity to play pain-free and also put in the hours of practice needed.
59.
I've played golf with him many times, and we love getting out on the open course and hitting a few shots. And he's a wonderful, wonderful ball striker.
Is he?
60.
But he always has to take a cart. Can't walk a course because of his hip. I'd love him to have the freedom to walk a course.
Well, that could be his rehab.
39.
I'll have to tell him that.
He can caddy for you. Call it rehab.
I've already promised him a really fancy course next year when he's fully recovered. So
You're going to take him to Trump's course.
Yeah,
aren't
we'll
you?
go to Trump up in
140.
Northern Aberdeenshire, which is rather special. All of these players are aspiring to Saturday,
59.
all about Saturday this week.
150.
but the journey starts here. Like you said earlier, Chris, you can't win Group A on Monday, but you can lose it.
Yeah.
50.
And the last thing you want to do is go into definitely a Group C, because it's only 2 from 6 that go through.
58.
But
See, you require 100.
The level of play that will be in Group C and Group B this week, you don't want to be scratching around in that. And he's gone for the tops,
20.
despite Barry Vampire being on 228, and that's a big error. That's bad ball management from Steve West.
Part of today's programme
58.
has already
require
included
80.
questionable board management.
That ultimately, so far, has been costly.
Game shot on the third.
Not costly
leg.
there.
Steve West.
He's actually showing himself how to do it and how not to do it.
Yep.
Fourth leg, it's Barry to throw first. Game on.
Well, if Barry goes on to lose this one, I'm not going to be over-egging
90.
it, Nico, when I say that's a huge shock to the start of Group A to see Barry Vampire pointless.
Yeah, I would have to agree.
121.
When they're seeing somebody fancy like Berry struggling to amass points, it's important that you constantly put him under pressure.
But
84.
it also puts a bit of a rumble through the practice room, because if he's not picking up points, you've got to worry.
180.
That's an amazing dart from Steve, because dart 3 almost shielded dart 1. It almost looked from this
43.
camera angle like there was only 2 darts in there. He may be a magician. I'm about to make my first dart disappear. He might be about to make like 4 disappear.
85.
It's a great last dart. And again, Van Peer is pitching that dart short, and it's getting to him now.
Yeah, well, Westy does have an incredible array of
134.
trick
Steve
shots he
require
does in exhibitions
150.
where he can throw nails, bookies, pens, anything.
96. Berry require 150.
He's not going to need them this week. What he needs is Berry to miss this. And that he misses.
And again, Nico, another low dart.
That's why he's going south a bit more now, because
86.
those bottom segments
So
are a little
you
bit easier to
require
hit when
90.
you're not extending the arm the way you should have. Ooh, that was a close one. 88 from the angle.
11.
Can't find it this
Berry
time.
requires
This
64.
is a leg he should not lose, but he might.
Yeah, this will hurt. Will now, 2 at 88.
48.
Well, how on earth has that not gone in?
Steve require
How can you get a
8.
dart that side of the barrel and it still not go in?
Game shot on the
That
fourth
one
leg.
is fairly costly for
West.
Berry. A very up and down match here, and it could have been the other way around. But West at 3-1 up. It's not a position that will feel
leg is
familiar
Steve to
because
throw
he's
first.
been
Game
scrapping
on.
all day long for everything he's got. And now that he's a front runner, let's see how he can finish the job, if indeed he can.
This match sums up the sport perfectly. He lost 4-3 with 103.71, and he's about to win 4-1 with a 87-ish. Like you said earlier, Nico, I'd rather be winning with a 90 than losing with a 105.
I don't know whether it's because his dart shirt may be a little looser for the summer or whether Steve has lost a few kilos, but he's looking very slender.
60.
And in a marathon format like this for a week, you are going to have a level of darting fitness that
100.
we have to talk about at some point.
Well, I can tell you, having played a full week, come the Saturday night, I was just running on fumes.
22.
Which makes what we talked about earlier about winning Group A so important. Guaranteeing your spot in the championship night with 2 games
85.
or 2 days of rest.
Yeah.
And you can practice when you see fit.
Yeah, and you can, if there was areas of Group A that you weren't particularly happy with, you've got time to literally work on those and relax and just get some sleep. Because the players will be up around about
96.
6 a.m., I would have thought. That's what time I was getting up. Bit of breakfast. Head over to the venue for around 7:30, quarter to 8.
100.
And then you're on the board.
80.
And if you're on first, you've only got an hour and a half window. Where if it was Merv King, he'd be here at 5 a.m.
40.
Window of opportunity now for West,
So
who is having his
90.
worst 180 display of the day so far, getting 2 of them. That tells you how good he's been scoring the rest of the day. 90 points for 4-1 and 4 points. Bullseye.
65.
Weight of dart was perfect. Just lost
Very
the line.
required 40.
West was West on the bullseye.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Berry
goes east and cashes in. This result is still in the balance because that break of throw
sixth leg, it's Berry to throw
means that
first.
Steve,
Game
to win
on.
this contest, might have to serve it out in leg 7. And we have seen 7-leg games a couple of times today. The last time involved Berry and he lost it 4-3.
140.
Yeah, Westy was in a last legger with Bolton, and he was against the darts on that occasion
140.
and produced a wonderful leg in the
96.
decider, a 15-dart break of throw.
All of these players have something in common today. And it doesn't happen as often as you would think. They're all throwing
55.
6-sided flights. Every now and again, you'll get someone throwing kite-shaped flights or pear-shaped flights, or in the scheme of Kevin Painter,
95.
3 different shapes in the same visit.
And stems.
That was really interesting from Kevin. But all 6 players in this group,
139. Berry
going into
required
size.
170.
same shape. Berry would have been making shapes right there had he hit that 170.
140.
West,
Steve required
167 for the win. He's going to have to rely on misses
55.
on double 15
Berry
or the
required
split
30.
option. This is quite awkward for Berry.
Game
But you
shot on
wouldn't
the
think it.
sixth leg. Berry Vampire.
Back-to-back legs for Berry. 14-dart hold there. Does take
So the
us
final leg, it's Steve
to
to
that
throw
anticipated
first. Game on.
deciding leg.
This is how you start a last leg decider. First start, plumbing the 60.
100.
And ultimately, he walks away with a disappointing ton.
100.
You think how hard he worked to get that win over Andy Bolton in Game 4. by 4 legs to 3. The last thing you want to do in your next game is relinquish the darts to give somebody chasing you 2 vital points.
45.
Only a 45. From Westy has opened the door for this man.
140.
How resilient can he be right here? He'd love another max. Looking for a third.
140.
Thought he had it.
Needed that. Oh, what a recovery dart. And dart free.
121.
I hasten to say, he could probably see half the bed there.
If that.
To leave double 18. Wow, that's majestic.
180. Bury your recline, 140.
That's a third 180. Oh, hello. Oof, the Rob Cross.
He was trying to do what Reece Robinson did against him in Game 6 to finish the match.
84.
But full credit to West. That 180 was seismic.
36.
Double 18. Does he win 4-3 again? A regrip.
18.
And 3 missed match darts.
Bury
They may be
recline,
really
56.
costly.
Well, you could almost see how disappointed he was to go inside the 18 because nobody likes double 9 tops for Berry to pick up his first win of the day.
36.
And it eludes him. Does he split, Nico?
Require 18.
He's not going to. He didn't need to.
And
he does dodge bullets on the way to 4 points in the table. He is very much in the reckoning towards the top. They're still trying to catch Sharon Miak on 6 points. But ultimately, the worst average of his day so far still yields 2 very valuable points. And that third maximum, it was key to his chances of getting the points. When we come back, Littler and Robinson promises much.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve West has just won a seesaw affair against Barry Van Peer in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Barry Van Peer, one of the favourites to go on and win Champions Week, while he's 0-3 as far as his first day is concerned. Right, next up for us, Reece Robinson, who's made a perfect start to his campaign so far, takes on Luke Littler. And watching this one in the commentary box, Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, Reece Robinson looking to make it 3 from 3. Luke Littler looking to join Reece on 4 points. Now, there's a fascinating dynamic to this one, because how will Luke bounce back from what I think was a bit of a mistake not going for the double 18, and ultimately, I think, missing the double 10, then sort of put an element of doubt in his mind, and he missed the big 1 on 5, busted with a 20,
Game on.
went on and lost the match. And Reece Robinson, has to be said, has been in fine form so far today.
Yeah, he's been very good, hasn't he? First game, averaged over 105.
140.
Well,
Then-
I underplayed it a little bit, didn't I? Very good.
You never know, he might get better certain parts of this week. But
57.
I, after watching Reece a few times in this format, have noticed that he tends to put in his best performance early. I just wonder if he can be
180.
exposed here at the end of round 3, roughly 2.5 hours into the session. Because if he can't find that 105 average level again,
128.
Littler is the kind of player who can steamroll.
Yeah. He's very much of the
134.
MVG school of playing in streaks of absolute brilliance, as did
81.
Nathan Aspinall
Luke
in that World
required
Match Play
47.
final.
What's he going to do for 47 then? I believe this is the right play for him.
Game shot on the
And it
first
was right
leg.
there for an
Luke
11 dart
Littler.
start.
Second leg,
coming
it's
up
Reece to
in
throw first.
September
Game
is
on.
the return of the World Seniors Dart Tour, and it's the Jennings Bet World Match Play. The draw's been done. 2nd and 3rd of September. Scott Mitchell against Paul
45.
Hogan, Richie Howson, Trina Gulliver, Martin Adams, Kevin Painter, Leonard Gates, Colin McGarry. That's in the afternoon on the Saturday night. John Henderson against David Cameron.
140.
Robert Thornton, Neil Duff, Phil Taylor, John Part. There's a real blast from the past. They've had a few finals, and Durran makes his return up against Jim McEwen.
100.
Tickets available from www.yorkbarbican.co.uk or www.dartshop.tv.
55.
While you're there, why don't you get a ticket for here on Saturday night? And it will be broadcast on TNT Sports, which was formerly known as
59.
BT Sport, of course.
And we are going to be dressing up on Saturday night, so you might see Mace and I in our best clobber.
Absolutely.
139.
I'll be bringing out one of my TV specials, pal.
I'll be bringing out my sunglasses in preparation for that.
And a sick bag.
134.
Well, you've got a bit of
Luke
outdoing
Require,
Henry to do
167.
because of his shirt from this series, which has gone
Wow.
down in infamy. Lovely darts.
127.
Really good awareness as well there from Littler.
Yeah, knew his opponent wasn't on a finish. Well, Nico, I'm going to go early here. You did mention that
26.
you
Luke
felt
Require, 40.
records would be broken this week. Oh,
Game shot on the second leg.
Well,
Luke Littler.
with a 15 darter, that average has tumbled to a very ordinary
Third leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
115.62.
He does own now, on his own, the venue record of 117 plus. was co-owned
180.
By Conor Heenan and Cam Crabtree before that performance.
And it was
to end.
115.62, wasn't it?
Indeed, it was.
140.
I think if anybody is likely to break the 120 mark, it is Luke Littler. Because he has, like you said, Mace,
81.
a taller ceiling.
Yeah. He does have that. Well, we've seen him do it, of course, with that 117 plus average. So we know he can play in those kind of spells, which are spellbinding.
And now we are starting to look at the
140.
future protagonists of breaking that magical mark of 120. Owen Bates, who's not here in Champions Week, has done it
100.
on one of the fringe tours recently. 120.24.
Over the same distance, wasn't
Exactly. And we've seen a 140 today from Robinson on 2 treble 18s and double 16.
140.
He's not going to take it here, is Luke. But you've got to give Sugar a lot of
100.
credit.
Reach the required
Because that
41.
180 in the previous visit gives him a shot at that double.
Game shot on the
He
third
doesn't need
leg.
asking twice.
Reece
This is
Robinson.
littered with quality, this game.
Oh, yeah, another
Fourth leg, it's reached
visit
the throw
leg. We've
first.
seen
Game on.
an array of those today, and 11 darters, 10 darters. This man just doing an 11 of his own. And of course,
60.
Steve West. Leg 4, match 4 against Andy Bolton went the thickness of a wire away
134.
from the magical 9.
If this is what we're going to get from Monday, what are we going to get for the rest of the week? When these guys are a bit more,
59.
for the want of a better phrase, on the last day of the Ashes, in at the crease. That's a violent bounce out there for the Nuke.
79.
Still walks away with 79 points, which is not a disaster. But he would much rather have that 2-leg cushion back than being involved in a tight match at 2-2.
43.
You can't afford to stay on 2 points here if you're Littler, that's for sure, because he would have 3 players in front of him in the table at the end of round 3.
134.
And not a lot of people would have picked that. Is everybody
60.
coming into the
Luke
Littler
Rakai,
fixture
154.
as an underdog this week?
For me, yeah.
Which means he has to shoulder the pressure of being
64.
favoured every
Well,
single time.
Yeah, well, he's favourite for every single match today, and not just a marginal favourite. He's a big favourite, and we're seeing why here. He's averaging
59. Luke
112.44.
Rakai, 90.
Mago Bolton. Yeah. Yeah, there's options to stay there. Too good, mate. He's just too good. 15 left.
82.
Well, the risk there is that if you go either side of the 7, you're back on 90.
Yeah, and then a 180 from Reese, and you're we're in a world of pressure.
Now, that rhythm of Robinson is starting to break down
60.
a little bit
Luke
in the middle part of
Rakai,
today.
8.
He's got to watch that. Got to be a bit more metronomic.
Game
Well,
shot on
statistically in the
fourth
past,
leg.
Nico, and you
Luke
picked
Littler.
up on it very early, he does tend to get out of the blocks quickly and then fade.
Fifth leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
You could be the best pace setter in the world at a 5,000 metre race. You could get out of the blocks and put in 800 metres of about 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
180.
But that's unsustainable pace.
Yep.
52.
No comment, Nico. I'm just not going there.
It
96.
baffles my mind that some people in the world can do 800 metres in around 1 minute 40. And that was just me trying to catch the bus.
58.
Well, this is another thing that where I sort of align Littler with MVG. When someone's put in a big average,
125.
MVG has got to better it. Well, Reece Robinson has the highest average of the day, 105.22, and it's not a coincidence
44.
that Littler
Luke
is
Rakai,
looking
100.
to not only trump that 105, but do it against the player that hit it.
Wow.
Game shots.
And with that 100 checkout, he's taken Champions Week to a new level. 67% on the doubles, but look at the numbers at the top. 113.77. We were talking about his ceiling. Indeed, this is a high ceiling place with a high ceiling of performance. And Reece Robinson had nothing in response to that. So he loses his undefeated streak. And now we have a very interesting round 4 just around the corner.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Luke Littler put in a performance which demonstrated why he is tipped to be the next big star of the future. An average of 113.77, 3 maximums and 4 out of 6 on the doubles, finishing with an 11-dart leg to beat Reece Robinson 4-1. So 3 rounds of fixtures down for the day. Those are the results, and this is how the table looks going into round number 4. Now, Jerome Mioch, who's in action up next against Steve West, he's won every single game so far, the only player to have an undefeated record here at the Super Series. He takes on Steve West, who missed double 12 for a 9-dart finish earlier on today. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. And if you want proof that today is delivering, how about this? 4 ton plus averages already in 9 games, and some of the weeks that we've had in the last 3 months have not yielded 4 ton plus averages.
First leg, it's Jerome to throw first. Game on.
Steve started the day with a ton plus average in defeat to Reece Robinson, who averaged over 105. But this man right here, he's not averaged in 3 figures yet, but hasn't lost.
And we're not going to have to wait long for our, I was going to say, I had a line in there, our 30th 180 of the day.
I think West's got 10 from my recollection.
Yep.
He's got 3, 3 and 4.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got 10 of the 29 on his own.
I've seen people get less than 10
59.
maximums in an entire Group A campaign over 3 days, not 3 games. That's what we're handling here in week 13.
60.
We've been earmarking August the 5th for months, saying it was going to be special. If this first day of Champions Week is anything to go by, Saturday night could be explosive. And there's another maximum for you.
That is maximum number 30.
You're going to have to start getting that record book out.
122.
Sensibly staying away from the 18s as Steve West, after 9 darts,
52.
only scored 202. Sounded a bit like the cricket there. Don't think we're doing well at that either.
42.
Don't forget you can get in touch with us via
70.
our social media channels at MSS Darts, all one word, Facebook, Instagram,
30.
Twitter and TikTok. But if you get in touch with us via Twitter, Nico will have the app open. If you've got any questions or comments, please get in touch.
43.
Someone has commented
40.
on Facebook, Anthony Harry Gurdon. I'm hooked on the Modus, so are we, pal. Glad you're enjoying it. Kirk Black says
35.
Luke all the way. Well, after what we've just seen, you could well be right.
41. Jerome, you require 5.
Well, this has been a bit messy at the end for Jerome, but he's been given time to play with.
Game shot on the first leg.
Doesn't need any more for a
Jerome
1-0
Neal.
lead. No matter what he does today, it seems to be better than what's coming back at him.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's
Second
one
leg
leg's
is
in
Steve
20
to throw
darts
first.
and
Game on.
one leg's in 13. He seems to sort of play what's in front of him, a reactive player.
42.
Now, this is the timing for Westie's just gone awry right now. I mean, ideally, you want to win minimum
174.
3 out of 5 today, don't you?
Yeah, I think so.
That puts you in a good position.
I think it's the statement as well. I'm winning more than I'm losing.
81.
It's a very positive thing to say to yourself. Hang on a minute. He was on it for a second there.
140.
I think I would categorise today's performance from Miok as merciless.
Steady away.
55.
Roller coaster.
You're going through your Geordie vocabulary book again. Well, to coin a phrase of a
83.
very famous Geordie dart player, so far today for Jerome, it's been sound as a fish cake.
Yep, I hope you're well, Stodfish.
60. Jerome, you require 104.
416s would have left him on tops, but again, plenty of time.
And again, ball was the
32.
shot there for me.
Darts is such an intricate sport, isn't it?
Well, it evolves all the time. People think, oh, it's just
99.
throw 3 darts
Jerome, you
aboard
require 72.
and that's it. But we're seeing players now with 3 darts in hand.
32.
Or sorry, on their
So you
final
require
dart on something like 74.
164.
And they like tops. They'll go ball with their final dart to ensure that the setup dart is as far away as possible from the double target.
104.
Not to mention
Jerome, you require
that if you
40.
do jag the bullseye,
Leaves double
Game
12.
shot on the
which is
second
very
leg.
much preferred
Jerome
by
Neal.
players who like tops. Speaking of tops, it's Miak who hits tops to be
Third leg,
halfway
it's Jerome
in
to throw
a
first.
little over 4 minutes.
Game on.
Just another in the long line of no-nonsense Dutch dart players.
58.
It very much is a conveyor belt, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, you start with Barneveld, you go through the likes of Roland Scholten.
Well, Vlanderbroek
60.
will go before Big Bert will go before Barney. See the angle of entry and the clean flight through the air. Always like to see that. No
60.
no weep or wibble.
Same sort of entry for Steve. Very upright. That's why his 180s are so good.
Well, there's a more of a
82.
flick to Steve's darts. So you can see them correcting a little later. Or it's a very clean release out the hand. The wrist doesn't break. Whoa, you get to see what a bouncer
39.
looks like. A real one.
And they tend to happen more to the people who have that really upright angle, because they can see about 15% more wire than someone who goes in flatter.
133.
Yeah, because the wire it's a spider and it's pressed into the board at the manufacturers.
140.
Possibly a first chance to win a leg here for West.
Needs another.
100.
Just wonder what kind of pressure he's going to be under here.
Not too much.
58. CV required 126.
419s required for a shot at the bull. Only gets 2.
86.
And now 6 19s needed for Miak. He wants a shot at double 16.
Not bad. So a lovely setup from Steve West, finding the 48 to leave tops.
CV required 40.
3 in hand for 2-1, a break of throw, and we'll be back on throw.
Double 10.
Game shot on the
That
third
will be a
leg.
nice little bit of
Steve
pain
West.
relief, because this game so far has been painful. But now a chance
Fourth
to
leg,
get
it's
level
Steve to throw
in a
first.
game where he's
Game
not
on.
played well at all.
No, it's just not got out of the blocks. But didn't panic.
55.
I think Steve has admitted in the past that his greatest weakness in playing darts has been the mental
60.
side of the game. Too many times he may have lost a game before it's even completed. But if he can gain some resilience earlier this week,
180.
I just wonder what kind of ripple effect that could have for his chances of getting the jackpot.
Well, we so often speak of
180.
players that are brand new and don't carry that luggage around of disappointment and bad memories.
134.
So strange that this game has been played at quite a low average level, and the moment that West gets a maximum, Miak backs him up with one.
100. CV required 132.
Champagne, anybody?
Maybe Prosecco. Lambrini.
92. Jerome required
advance on Lambrini, anyone?
161.
Oh, this would sting. Just for a moment,
97.
West would have been
CV
holding his
required
breath.
40.
Tops with a guide. And 10s again. He was hopeful it was in, but it's not.
30.
And neither is that. And that
Jerome
could be
required
costly.
64.
Yeah, that could or should have cost him the match. Tops, 1 dart in hand.
24.
Oh, he's dodged a bullet there, Steve West.
Steve
If he can find this
required
double
10.
5.
Game
Oh,
shot on
look
the
at
fourth
that.
leg.
Take a photograph
Steve
of it. He
West.
points at it.
Oh, he was 2-0 down.
Fifth leg.
Legs of 18 and 16.
Game on.
Would have been enough for 2-2.
At the completion of this match, we
96.
will have reached the 2/3 point of day 1 already. We've got Robinson against Bolton next, and Van Peer against Littler in game 12 to close round
100.
4, and that is,
Well,
without even looking at today's fixtures, enticing.
it's a must-win game for Bolton, isn't it?
180.
That's 3 maximums for Miak now,
Under 174.
and he's playing Mr. Maximum today.
100.
He's going toe-to-toe with someone at their strength, and it's working a treat.
95.
Just wonder if
5.
West has these
Jerome
aspirations of
required
6 points, whether he's going to
130.
have to get the 3rd win in this game, because his last match is against Luke Littler. And you've just seen what Luke did,
90.
putting in that average of 113 and change. The crazy thing is, he can't play better than that.
Yeah.
140. 40. Jerome required 40.
Double top. A 3-2.
Game
He
shot.
takes tens and a very tidy 14 darter for the man from the Netherlands.
Sixth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Westy,
Game on.
at the point of no return, 2 legs remain, has to win them both.
One thing's for sure.
140.
For the man who is not 100% physically, he has been put through the mill today. His previous results, 4-2,
96.
4-3, 4-3. He's played almost the maximum amount of legs that he could play on the stage today.
And the one person who wouldn't want to do
45.
that is Westy. Because again, it will take its toll. He's one player that would benefit massively
58.
from winning Group A.
And regardless of what happens with his surgery in the next few months, I think, and I'm
60.
speaking from an opinion point of view here, whether he's pain-free or not at the start of 2024, I think it would serve him well not going to Q school next
39.
year and playing in these kind of circles for one more year, potentially before a return to the PDC.
Yeah, it's going to be a rehabilitation
60.
process. Listen, we've already seen enough from him today to know that he has the level of play required to be, or return to being, you know,
60.
part of that 128 elite group.
Not to mention he's getting married next August. We're 12 months away from his wedding, which I'm sure will be a
100.
fabulous occasion. And maybe playing a lesser amount of darts in 2024 would be the right thing to do personally as well as
100.
professionally.
Steve required 96.
But for now, he'd like to pay for the wedding.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. What an opportunity.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
And that pays off.
Steve West.
He's going the distance again. Third time in 4 games.
Seventh and final leg, it's Jerome to throw first. Game on.
Is he going to lose his undefeated streak?
57.
Reece Robinson lost his.
He's played a 27 of a possible 28 legs.
100.
There were less legs in the match play final.
$59.
Can West strike against the darts? He's been given a superb opportunity here.
100.
Craving maximums and gets one right at the end. It's a 1.5 dart lead. He was hit really hard,
60.
scoring-wise early. But the trebles have dried up for Jerome.
Yeah, he just rode the storm and just stuck in there and played this format as you should.
60.
All round it.
How many times do you see that from West, though? 3 well-thrown darts, peppering the 60, but not in.
100.
And they're still slugging it out in what feels like round 12. Someone is going to end up on the ropes in as little as 3 darts
60.
time. Off. And he's not on a finish. Jerome might be the first person to a finish. But he's not.
43.
Pressure. Pressure, pressure.
I just wonder if there's any pressure on that right hip. That's perfect. That is not a bad visit at all,
125.
because that leaves him on a shot that does include double top.
And a set-up dart.
60.
That's
Steve
nowhere near
required 56.
So you get a clear target.
Steve West could be the man to beat Jerome Miak for the first time since Wednesday last week. And he is
Shots and the match.
a
Steve
valuable
West.
6th point of the day. And no matter what happens in round 5, West will walk away with 6 points for the day. Miak has still got a chance of 8, as has West. But ultimately, West survived that game once again by 4 legs to 3. Robinson and Bolton are coming up next. Don't miss that.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve Rest is beginning to rack up the victories. He gets the bet of the previously unbeaten Jerome Mioch in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Well, next up for us, it is Reece Robinson in action. He succumbed to his first defeat in his last game against Luke Littler. However, he was on the other end of 113 average. He's taking on Andy Bolton, who is looking to find that little bit of an X factor. Let's rejoin Chris and Paul.
Yes, indeed, Henry. X factor needed, because 0 points for Andy at this stage of Monday does feel like a bit of a surprise.
First leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
But we have an opportunity here with Robinson. If he beats Bolton, he goes to 6 points with Steve West and Jerome Mioch, with Littler just 2 points behind. We might still have this opportunity, Mace, where it's Bolton
91.
against Van Peer in game 15, and they're battling for 2 points for the day.
Well, you've got to fear for Reece here on the
134.
back of that performance against Luke Littler, and that would have knocked him for 6.
100.
What do you make of the rhythm of Robinson? Because I think it's quite erratic.
It can't seem to replicate that pace for long periods
96.
or in matches as we progress through the day. I mean, we've seen what his ceiling is, and he has been outstanding.
60.
It's not so much the timing of the throw, it's the stages he goes through, and sometimes the size of the stages, because the prod
60.
element, when he puts the dart forward, it's quite prominent sometimes. That is there. And another times it's quite stunted, like
Yes.
that second dart is.
And as we know,
60.
Nico, it's all about replication.
We've mentioned Nathan Aspinall quite a few times already this morning, the new match play champion. He's gone through this process of change
55.
over the last couple of months, slimming his darts down and trying to speed up his game after some advice by Michael Smith. But the change has been consistent. That's the thing around it.
Yeah, and the changes have been very,
28.
very small
And you require
in each
156.
element. And it's worked for him. He's hitting more 180s than ever. Only taken, it's less than a mil off the
81.
darts, and he's going to take a little bit more. I think it will end up 1.2 mil smaller in circumference.
If it keeps going on a diet, that dart, it's going to be a supermodel of darts.
130. And you require 75.
For 1-0 and a break of throw, treble 17 leaves double 12. Lovely.
Aim shot on the first leg.
That really is more like
Andy
it.
Bolton.
Wonderful conversion from Andy. Takes a first leg break of throw.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
And the reaction of Robinson after losing to Littler with that 113.77 average was not seen on camera, but we have been made aware that
45.
he just shook Luke's hand and laughed.
Sometimes that's all you can do. That epic match I had with Taylor at the match play, I was sort of similar.
45.
I was just aghast. He averaged just shy of 113, but over 23 legs. And sometimes you just sort of put your hands up and go, well, really,
60.
too much I could have done about that.
Yeah, just under a decade ago, I had the somewhat unfortunate experience of playing Michael Van Gerwen in Perth in a World Series match. We had a break after 7 legs. It was first to 8. I was 7-0 down. He was averaging over 123.
119.
I ended up winning the next 3 legs after the break, which felt like I'd won a tournament in itself. But he still averaged over 118 in that game.
100.
And it's still a World Series record.
Yep. Well, so we got the World Series finals in September at the
81.
AFAS Arena in Amsterdam. Looking forward to that one. All live on ITV4, of course.
87.
Robinson's going to need 2 trebles to get to a doable finish. He should get there.
140.
That's a wonderfully pitched dart. you would fancy with Reese's capabilities. With that third dart, it should register as 60 probably 8 times out of 10.
139. Reese should require 160.
Oh, he's got a different look at this now after a beautiful 139. Now, this is really awkward. Oh, what a dart that is.
That is a Champions Week dart right there.
98.
But that one
and you require
doesn't rubber
70.
stamp leg 2.
It was clinical in leg 1, double 8. Another.
62. Reese should require 80.
Probably feel like he should be 2-0 up here.
Game shot on the
But isn't.
second leg.
There's a
Reece
really
Robinson.
interesting conversation I had with some colleagues
Third
in
leg,
our
it's Reece to
field
throw
at the World
first.
Match Play recently.
Game on.
And it was around the words should have or could have. It was John Pott. I'm gonna name drop him right there.
81.
And he said, nobody should be 2-0 up. They could be 2-0 up. And ever since that, I've thought, yeah, he's actually right. He doesn't get much wrong, John.
46.
But as far as Bolton's concerned, he could have been 2-0 up. As for should have, that's debatable. Because you get nothing for free in this
58.
game, which is one of the reasons why it's so entertaining.
Well, I will say I could have been world champion. I should have been in the final.
I think it was off the back of a podcast that James Wade recorded with Simon
38.
Jordan.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, that.
It genuinely was. But I think it was off the back of James saying he feels he deserves to be a world champion, when in fact
140.
I don't really subscribe to that. I think
No, I get what he's saying. When you put together everything he's achieved in the sport and the levels he's played at, he probably feels like there should be a world title on his resume, or a world championship, should I say, on his resume.
Yeah.
99.
I mean, he is one of the most successful players in the modern era.
and far from done yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
81.
What these players would give for the title hold that he's got.
I wouldn't mind half. Well, I wouldn't mind a quarter. Actually, I wouldn't mind 10%. But if you haven't seen that, Simon Jordan,
57. Reach your require
I
141.
think it's called Up Front, isn't it? They're amazing podcasts, all available on YouTube. Don't watch it now. Watch it when we've finished.
And that's a bit
41.
messy. It does get him to 2-dart range, which is about as positive as I can be. As far as Andy's concerned, he is desperately trying to get to a finish. He's got to go back upstairs, though. He did well to stop halfway there, because he was on the way to go into the 51.
That
is really brilliant.
Well, that's right up
Reach
there with that
require
Dart
100.
Robinson hit when he was on 116. Oh dear. Well, a bounce out would have been better than that.
How many times do you
68.
see that when someone's on 100?
And you require
and they hit a small one?
130.
This would sting a bit. He needs another one of those treble 20 darts that bypasses the blocker. He's done it again. Bullseye for an absolute beaut.
105.
Well, the feel and
Reach
hand-to-eye
required
coordination
32.
to find a dart like that in the treble, I cannot begin to explain the difficulty involved.
Game shot on the third
It is
leg.
Reece Robinson who gets the
Robinson.
first hold of throw. It's a 19-darter. Andy Bolton
Fourth leg,
with a
it's Andy
dart
to
ball.
throw first. Game on.
He almost, this is another word, deserved to hit the ball on the back of finding that incredible treble 20. If you get my
125.
You get what you deserve. You get a 3 Michelin star dish if you put in the work and have the know-how.
70.
Don't get a 3 Michelin star dish from a supermarket with the freezer section only. Now, Reece Robinson
99.
is from Hull. And We have seen a few players from that area of the world in Series 4.
55.
Not much about Hull.
I have been. That's about as much as I know.
I've never been to Hull myself.
I've had a
60.
I've had a night out there. I actually went and... Is it Hull KR where they play the rugby? I went there and did an exhibition for the rugby team.
180.
They are, yeah, a lively bunch.
Just like they are in Scotland. When you go to darts exhibitions
59.
up in Andy's neck of the woods.
Oh, I've done many up there. There's not too many parts of that beautiful part of the world that I've not done a show in.
93. Andy required 158.
Even the Shetlands.
And 2 of 6 different countries represented here this week. Scotland and England. We've got the Netherlands, the United States.
134. Reached
Northern Ireland, of course,
103.
with Neil Duff. This is good from Robinson.
Game shot on
That's
the fourth
wonderful.
leg. Reece
Andy Bolton's
Robinson.
pain continues, and Robinson's train might keep rolling.
Fifth leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
There you go. Joint top. With a win here. Making it 3 from 4.
100.
And he plays Jerome Mioch. Sorry, he's already played him, hasn't he? Yeah.
85.
He plays Jerome Mioch in his final match of the session, so he will have an opportunity to go top.
100.
At the start of play today at around 9:31, for the top 3, at the end of the day, I would have said Littler. I would have
60.
said probably Bolton. Maybe Barry Van Peer.
Yeah, I would have gone Littler, Berry, Van Peer, West.
So as this table looks
51.
now, it's almost as if it's a mirror image in a bad sense. We're seeing Bolton and Barry Van Peer at the bottom.
Well, Robinson was the
135.
total outsider of all 3 to win this Group A.
In a funny sort of way, that does motivate people. If he's seen
Absolutely.
that,
He'd have gone, right, okay, I'll prove you wrong.
I know a lot of players like that. As soon as they have the odds compiler saying, you can't do this, they
60.
say, I'll show you. Bit like 12 months ago when everybody was backing Damon Heta to beat Joe Cullen at the World Match Play in Blackpool, and Cullen came out on social media and in his
57.
interviews after the game. You all said that I wasn't the favourite for that match, even though I'm the higher ranked player. And he took offence to it. And it can be a motivator.
100.
If it is for Reece, fair play.
Andy required 164.
Gotta go. Well, he's going to be facing a match point, and it's not going to go. Robinson, treble 20, double 15, 20-20 ball.
140. Reach required 90.
You want to get rid of this as soon as possible to get those points in the bag. And it's the bull.
65. Andy required 24.
Certainly not a million miles away.
What a guide that is.
Game shot on the fifth
Superbly
leg.
used.
Andy Bolton.
So one bullet has been dodged. Does he need to dodge any more?
Well, he was 50 points
Sixth
away
leg, it's
from
Andy to
bagging
throw
the points.
first.
Now he's
Game on.
501.
There are some comparisons to other sports when you mention that leg structure. Imagine having a 2-foot putt to win the Ryder Cup. You miss it, and all of a sudden you lose the hole.
77.
Then you have to go to the next tee, and you're upwards of 600 yards away to win the next hole to win the Ryder Cup. The mental swings of that are something that everybody should have to go through at least once in their life.
Yeah, well, it's like snooker, isn't it? You black off the spot to put it beyond any doubt. They put you in a
100.
snooker, win the frame, and you've got to start all over again. it's what fascinates us with set play, isn't it? Because you're not just 1 leg
50.
away. Then, if you lose the set, you're 1,503 points away.
That's why I like set format so much.
137.
But I do personally think that best of 7 legs is perfect for here because it's not too short. It's long enough for there to be enough swings
140.
for entertaining purposes, and it does give the players the tiniest bit of time to get in at the crease or in at the oche, but not too
99.
much.
Yeah, and I think if you're struggling, it also isn't too long to be put through the ringer.
Even though some
58.
matches can
And you
last as
require
little as 6
88.
minutes. Double 14. Oh, basement.
82.
He was 6 feet under there, and his
Reach
chances of winning this match might be 6 feet under.
132.
If Robinson can find the champagne cork, stay there. Missed the marker. That was a beauty of a guide as well.
64. And he requires 6.
Well, he's been doing this on the treble 20. He's not doing it on the double 3.
No
Oh,
score.
no.
Reach requires
Well,
68.
That's probably a bit of a bonus.
This might not be. Might be the bonus buster.
50. And he requires
That's 2
6.
bullets he's missed. He keeps winning legs after his opponent keeps missing doubles.
No score.
I'll call him Boris the Bullet Dodger, but
Reach require 18.
this might be the end. It
Game,
is
shot,
of the leg and the match.
Reece
Not a
Robinson.
classic display, but Reece will be very happy with the fact that he's back on the winning horse after losing in round 3. He now has 1 match remaining against Jeroen Mioch in a couple of games' time. But before we get to that, it's Barry Van Peer against Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Reece Robinson got the better of Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 2, moving him on to 6 points in the table. Next up for us, it's perhaps the heavyweight match that we've been looking forward to since the start of the group. Luke Littler up against Barry Van Peer. Now, a win for Littler would mean a 4-way tie at the top on 6 points, whilst Barry Van Peer is looking to get on the board for the first time today. Right, let's get tucked into your commentary. Here's Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, we're starting to see a bit of table separation in this Group A, Champions Week.
First leg,
And
it's
when
Barry
you're
to throw
desperate
first.
to pick up your first
Game
win of
on.
the day, you don't want to be facing Luke Littler after he's just lumped in an average of 113.77, Nico.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty bad time to be playing against Luke.
140.
But maybe the pressure can be lifted a little bit because you are playing the favourite. I just wonder if the situation
56.
that Luke's in is good for him because he's not cantering in this table. He's actually chasing. If he wants to get to the
57.
top of the table on points and leg difference, he's got to win by 4 legs to 2 or better.
133.
But what we will see, like Henry mentioned, is if we get a Luke win,
58.
we have not got a gap. We've not got a chasm or a canyon. It's positively a San Andreas fault between the top 4 and the bottom 2.
105.
And that will have to be closed as soon as possible if they stand any chance of not just winning the group, but making the top 3.
140.
The problem you're faced is with this such a strong group, you're gonna have to go through the card, and as good as Littler is,
97. Barry
he's
required
already
106.
been on the end of a defeat today. I think it's going to be very hard to get anywhere
90. Luke
near
required
the
110.
4 players potentially on 6 points.
That route for 110 has become
38.
very popular
Barry
lately,
requires
hasn't it?
16.
I'm not a fan, Nico.
You're not convinced.
No, I don't see the benefit.
We'll come back to that in a second. Let's see if Barry can hit double 8.
No score.
Now, on some of
Luke
the finishes
requires
that
72.
need a combination of a 20 and a treble 20, tops,
52.
I get it, because you have the
Barry
potential
requires
of a blocker.
16.
At 110, 99%
shot on
of
the
this sport
first
is
leg.
played on
Barry Van Peer.
treble 20. So you're more likely to hit a treble 20 than any target
Second
on the
leg,
board,
it's Luke to throw
excluding
first.
a
Game
double,
on.
of course.
Well, let's do a little bit of digging into that then. So you've got 110 left.
Mm-hmm.
The potential misses left and right on a 60 shot.
180.
1 doesn't leave a finish. Treble 1 does. Treble 5
95.
does. Single 5 doesn't. So you've got 2 outs.
Well, although I've been retired for well over 12 years, Nico,
85.
I wouldn't expect to miss a 20. And neither should these.
So are you classifying that route as more of a defensive player?
140.
Yeah, and I think there's an element of negativity in there, and I don't think that's... I can understand playing percentages, but that's a completely different thing. 110,
58.
if you do miss the treble 20, you've got that beautiful adjustment to treble 18 and then another nice adjustment to the double. And there aren't too many players
56.
that don't like double 18. We know Luke doesn't because he goes 16 double 10.
I don't know why.
98.
I've seen people try not to leave double 16 because they have such an affiliation with tops, 12s and 10s.
Yeah, James Wade on 67, he goes treble 9.
Exactly.
140. Luke
But to
require
sit on a
80.
double and split it like that, that's something I don't get. But what we do is we get this. We get it in a big way.
40. Barry
And I like the
requires
fact that there's a
70.
pause between throwing the flat darts and going for the upright one because he wanted to make sure the grip was right.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a reset, isn't it?
38. Luke
This one won't be
required
flat.
40. Game shot
But
on
it
the
is
second
in.
leg. Luke Littler.
Can't say that Barry hasn't had his chances. He's had 5 darts at a double in this game.
Third leg, it's Berry to throw first. Game on.
Berry's had 3. Sorry, Berry's had 5. Luke's had 3.
100.
One of the reasons why Henry categorized this as a
93.
heavyweight contest is because you have the number 2 player in the Development Tour Order of Merit here against the number 1 in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
57.
There is a possibility
94.
that both of them are going to be going to the Tour next year in the PDC system, which means they would not be able to play here.
44.
In order for that to happen, it looks like Luke Littler will have to be in the top 3 in the Development Tour Order of Merit, courtesy of Kian van Veen already having a
98.
card. But as far as Berry's concerned, he just needs a steady end to the season of the Challenge Tour because he's been that good.
Did Littler miss out on a few of the
140.
Dev Tours because of his age, or has he played in them all?
I think he's played in the majority of them.
Right.
140. Berry required 160.
Started with a bit of a bang.
Yeah, I mean, his running average over 112 matches is approaching 92.
Yeah, you heard Chris Mason right. 112 games.
60.
Not
Luke
legs.
requires 76.
Games. Oh, he left double 18 this time, and
Berry
by virtue of that, Dart,
100.
maybe he doesn't like double 18, but why did he leave it then?
Why didn't he go throw a flatty at the treble 20 and then go 16 tops?
Don't give him any more ideas.
Oh, Barry Van Peer
60.
going for it. Tops,
Luke
tops.
require 18.
6 for double 6. He needs 3 6s.
12.
Number of the devil.
Berry
Nico.
require 40.
He's feeling a bit bereft at the fact he's left on double 3.
Are these two paying each other a little bit too much respect, Nico?
Potentially
Game shot on the third leg.
2-1 here,
Berry Van Peer.
with Berry averaging 81.72. It's a bit befuddling,
Fourth leg, it's Luke
with
to throw first.
Littler
Game
averaging
on.
close to 30 points less than his previous game. But that's what this format throws up.
96.
Very rarely do you see someone average monstrously and then do it in a similar vein in the next game, or indeed the previous one.
140.
The one time I always reference this is when we were in our Southampton studio a couple of years ago. Mike Warburton put in a 115 plus,
90.
and then his next game, 110. That was really impressive.
Yeah.
58.
Oh, that's really, really cute
170.
from Luke. He knows that 145 leaves a finish. There was so much to admire about that. Whether you like or dislike some of
58.
his
Luke
board
required
management today or not,
145.
that was spot on. And he just thinks a little bit
105.
quicker than most, doesn't he?
Yeah.
We've got so many of them here this week. The quick executors.
60.
Littler,
Luke
Klassen,
required
Lauby.
40.
Well, Littler here is... Listen, you learn nothing from averaging
Game shot on the
113
fourth
apart
leg.
from
Luke Littler.
confirmation that you can do it. But when you are getting drawn
Fifth leg, it's
into
Berry to throw
a
first.
match like this
Game on.
is where you learn, and this is where you do develop.
You subscribe to the statement that you learn more from defeat than you do from winning?
123.
I think you learn more when you're not playing at your best on how to develop that all-important B
140.
game. Because the reason not all the players here, but the vast majority are not tour card holders is they haven't got a strong enough B
100.
game. They've all got a similar ceiling, some slightly higher than others.
Look at the way that dot collected
140.
with the other one. It was almost magnetic.
And we've seen examples of it.
40.
And the reason I think Luke Littler is going to go on to be an elite player is he's nowhere near at his best in this one. He's coming through adversity
83.
and he's still averaging over 94. And that is where for me, his B game's at.
I think his expectations are higher as well. He's not afraid to be good,
Luke required
which a lot of players
138.
at certain ages are.
98.
And again, elite level counting.
And the referees have got to be on point with numbers like that.
Yeah, I'd be no good. I'd be going, well, I know what's
57.
left. I just don't know
Luke
what he
required
scored.
40.
We know what's left now.
Game shot
Nothing.
on the 5th leg.
13
Luke
darter,
Littler.
break of throw at the optimum time to now have a chance to serve it out for that potential
6th leg.
of
It's Luke to
6
throw
points
first. Game on.
for 4 players. It's very side on this stance, isn't it? A lot of pressure on that right hip.
96.
It's almost, I hate to liken him to Michael van Gerwen, but if you look at Michael when he was 17 winning the World Masters, the stance is exactly the same. But over
97.
time, Michael became a little bit more front on to save the pressure on that right hip.
Yep.
134.
We were just talking off air, weren't we, about chiropractors and osteopaths and how they will have a key function for dart players in the
96.
next couple of decades, because look at the amount of weight that goes on the right side of Luke Littler here and every dart player that's right-handed. Left side for left-handed
127.
players. You do this sport for a long enough period, your body will react. And you need to correct that.
42.
Yeah, the alignment
Luke
goes
required
in the hip and
144.
the muscles in the lower back. Probably
48.
being realigned was one of the most painful experiences, but the relief after is, well, it's euphoria.
134.
Could be euphoria for Luke.
required 96.
The average has been steadily climbing. Double top.
76.
First mismatch
Berry
dart.
required 132.
Ball, double 16, 25 treble 19, and ball, and it's got to go.
You heard him, Berry. Maybe he didn't hear you.
Another one of those drag darts, Nico, that you picked up on very, very early in
41.
today's play.
Luke required
Plagued
20.
him all day. Wrecked his confidence.
Game,
And that
shot,
will as well.
And the match.
Because Littler
Luke
joins
Littler.
the party on 6 points. And because of the 4-2 win, it gets him to +7 in leg difference. And after 4 rounds of play, it is the favourite for the Group A title and indeed the week, who takes the lead with that 94.11 average and 36% on the doubles. He may be caught, but we will find out what happens at the end of Group A via round 5, which starts after this.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where splits are beginning to become apparent between the top and bottom end of the table. Before the break, Luke Littler got the better of Berry Van Peer by 4 legs to 2. So this is what we've seen so far today then in terms of our fixtures and results. Just one more round of fixtures to go. And as you can see, well, it's 4 players really dominating proceedings. And, well, Andy Bolton and Berry Van Peer, as you can see on the league table now, well, they were 2 of the fancy favourites going into today, and they are bottom of the table without a win to their name. Jerome Mioch and Reece Robinson both on 6 points. And the next 2 games between these two, Luke Littler and Steve West, will see the victor move on to 8 points for the day and a very strong start to their Champions Week campaign. Here's Chris, here's Paul for Game 13.
Thanks, Henry. And myself and Nico were just reflecting on that performance from Luke Littler, and Nico came up with something that we tend to use and look at a player's range of when they're at their absolute optimum level and when they're at their B game level. And despite Luke Littler being nowhere near his A game, which we've seen an example of already today with that 113.77, still had winning legs in that match against
to throw first.
Berry Van Peer of 16, 14, 13 and 16.
Just to put that into perspective for a second, Littler started with a 4-0 win today in Game 1 against Andy Bolton, averaging 93.94. That's his worst performance today.
45.
And just what Chris mentioned about that previous match against Van Peer, his average was below that most of that match, but the way he was able to accelerate towards the end just goes to show the different levels he has. But as far as Mioch's concerned, and Robinson, I think they're going to be very happy with their day's work, regardless of what happens here. But if you want to make your late lunch taste a little sweeter, 2 more points will do the trick.
93.
Yeah, I think all the players would probably have an idea of, right, let's work on 6 points day one, especially in the group of this ability.
30.
I think 18, 20 points, maybe somewhere around what you need to win this group.
I have to agree. At certain points, you think someone can stretch their legs and maybe get 22, 24.
Not in a group like this.
Not at all.
Jerome, you require 143.
One thing happened in this series that has never happened before. Somebody got 24 points in Group A and didn't win the group.
59.
Can you imagine that? That was Sebastian Białowski back in week 7. He lost the final game as well against Andy
Jerome,
Bolton.
you require 84.
Bolton's on the other side of it this time. He's at the bottom. Mioch's on double 12.
Game
shot to Henry at the top, Nico, that
Jerome Mioch.
you potentially could have a equally as good Champions Week with the players that lost in the finals.
Throw first. Game on.
If that was the case, you'd have Wesley Harms, Chaz Barstow, Bradley Roos, Christian Kist, who played so well that week, but lost out to Osborne 4-3 in the final game. Shane McGurk, Scott Taylor, a previous weekly winner, Sebastian Białowski, Andy Bartons,
60.
who unbelievably was unlucky to be in the same week as Luke Littler, Chris Landman, Steve Brown, Jared Cole and Connor Heenan. So you're absolutely right. There are players out there who constantly find themselves
100
in somewhat unfortunate silver medal positions. Heenahan's one of them. Neil Duff was one of them until he finally won week 3.
59.
But only one person can cash that check at the end of the week.
Yeah, and it's a healthy £20,000. And for some of these players, that would be
40.
their biggest ever cash. Luke Littler has already got one.
Neil Duff's already got
41.
one when he won at Lakeside.
Yeah.
$97.
Reece would like to get a maximum when he comes back. Jerome's already got one.
I think
100.
Andy Barton's has just signed a new manufacturing deal, hasn't he, with the Bulls, I think. He was mightily impressive here.
128.
I want to see him back to see what else he can do.
143.
There's actually not that many players
45. Reach
from a
required
European
76.
perspective that we haven't seen yet. Double 8. Oh,
60.
he's found the gap.
Well, Andy Barton's performance that
Jerome
week, was it
required
just shy of
98.
95, 94, 92, would actually put him in second
Game
of this
shot on the
12
second
in
leg.
terms of
Jerome Meoch.
their weekly averages.
I bet he's watching in Belgium thinking, how
Third
am I
leg, it's
not
reached
there?
to throw first. Game
Well,
on.
there's 11 players that have not played as well as him that are here in Champions Week. But
We will have a full series
100.
completed before the winter. Series 5 will start next Monday
134.
when we know the winner of Series 4. And that will be completed in early November. And that could be the last time that we see
48.
the likes of Littler and Van Peer or some others.
yeah, I can see a fair few of these going on
96.
to Q School in January and securing a tour card, and well, we don't want to see them back. Sad to see them
60.
go, but I want them to go on and have an illustrious career, chase their dreams.
91.
That's nice. Everything's going his way. And he's hovering around that 92 average level, which is dangerous for someone who is starting to tail off a little bit.
43.
He won his last match by 4 legs to 2, but it was only an 84 average against a struggling Andy Bolton.
Yeah, well, you called it, and we know it from previous experience. We've seen a lot of Reece Robinson at
43.
the Super Series over the last few years, and his level of play. Now, this is that's something that he can change, of course, because it's either an energy thing, and maybe he's not
80.
eating. It could
Jerome
be
required 137.
not drinking enough water or fluids.
83.
Whereas you look at Jerome, he's just full of beans.
170.
I'm not even sure if he likes beans. Tell you what he does like. 3-0 leads.
65. Jerome required 54.
He likes points.
And they make prizes.
Game shot on the third leg.
He's almost on the
Jerome
cusp
Meoch.
of a really good first day. I know he's lost his undefeated streak
Fourth leg,
by
it's
losing
Jerome
to Steve
throw
West by
first.
4 legs to
Game
3
on.
in round number 4. But the fact of the matter is, if he starts with 8 points in Champions Week, he'll be
85.
delighted.
Well, he's got the potential to go to 8 points and plus 10.
And that could be enough to seal top spot before the end of the day.
I would say if you've got a leg difference higher than your points tally, you're going in the right direction.
Earlier in the day, I was
41.
convinced that leg difference between all 6 players was going to be quite close. But in fact, if you look at it right now,
60.
it's 16 legs between top and bottom. I think Robinson has hit the wall.
80.
He's had some great stuff today, particularly that 105 plus average against West in game 2, but he's not finding that kind of range at the minute.
96.
And how you say, Meoch looks like he could play another round of matches.
70.
Oh, the pain on the face of Robinson. What would be very painful for him on Tuesday morning is coming
140.
into this arena knowing that Meoch is his first opponent after being bageled.
Yeah.
That's a great dart.
81.
Tried to surgically put that
Jerome
third dart
required
into the bed
120.
to leave 170, but it's going to be too much to do from that position. Double top.
100.
He's throwing that from way left, wasn't he?
Yeah, there was not too much of that double he could see from the angle of entry.
140. Jerome, you require
That's a good
20.
leave. But it doesn't
Game,
mean anything.
Shot, and the match.
In a little
Jerome
under
Miok.
9 minutes, Miok wins by 4 legs to 0, and he has a tremendous shout of being at the top of the table by the end of the day. He finishes on 8 points, and his leg difference is very healthy at +10. So that's all she wrote for Jerome Miok on Monday. His Champions Week starts brilliantly. Now it's over to Littler and West to see who joins him on 8 points.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're joined up here on the balcony by Jerome Miok. Jerome, this is becoming a bit of a regular occurrence, isn't it? Winner on Saturday, back in the winners' enclosure here on Monday. 4 wins from 5. What will be your overall assessment of the day?
Yeah. Today I'm starting. I'm giving myself not so much pressure. I said to myself, okay, you play now with the 12 or 11 best players of the last 12 weeks. So I say to myself, yeah, just play your best game, enjoy it. Don't give yourself so much pressure. So yeah, I'm enjoying it, and maybe I had a little bit of luck today, but I think my finishes will be great today. Yeah.
Winning on Saturday night, has that actually helped you, the fact you've only got a couple of days, you can go straight back at it and you're in a bit of form again?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Yeah, it gives myself so much, how can I say that?
Confidence.
Confidence, yes. Yeah, I think by myself, I have no worries, Play your game, play the same games as last week, and then we will see it. Yeah, you have to lose nothing. So yeah, I'm trying, and yeah, maybe maybe I have some luck. Some games I have some luck today, but yeah, you have to finish every chance you have, and then.
And just finally, how crazy has the last 36 hours been since your victory, sorting out hotels, getting things like that? How crazy has it been?
Yeah, it's very crazy. Last week was very crazy. And I miss my girlfriend, but she say, come on, Jerome, come on, do what you can. Play, and maybe you win Champions Week. Maybe, yeah. Still a dream.
Exactly.
Still a
Maybe
dream.
you may be going back to Holland with that trophy. Who knows, Jerome? Many congratulations, Dave. Thank you for popping up to the balcony. A couple more matches for us to go, kicking off with Littler against West. The victor will also join Jerome on 8 points, and Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason on hand to talk you through it.
8 points is the target indeed for both West and Littler. You could say there's a bit of a gap in age between these two. As far as experience is concerned, yes, there is a gap. However, Littler at the age of 16 is still gaining experience at a meteoric rate. He will start as favourite, but don't count West out, because at times today he has shown some really good stuff, especially in the 180 department.
Yep, Luke Littler's the 2-5 favourite.
First leg, it's Luke
Steve
to throw
7-4.
first. Game
And
on.
for Luke Littler to go top, he's going to have to win 4-0. And we've just seen a bagel, only our second one of the day.
134.
That wasn't surprising for me to see very little in the way of 4-0s to this point, because in Champions Week you expect things to be
85.
tight.
Yeah.
I just wonder what the practice room dynamic has been over the last few hours.
58.
It's been quiet. It's been quiet. Normally it can be quite boisterous in there, and there's a fair bit of banter. But yeah, it's been all business
100.
today.
And then you start to look at the people who have been through this before. Both of them have.
139.
Yep.
West here in the previous Champions Week. Littler winning it.
121. Luca required 170.
He's given himself a few chances at the 170 today. He's still
100.
going after it. I'm pretty sure we're going to get at least one of them this week. There were quite a few last week.
95.
4,
Luca
wasn't it?
requires 70.
Jared Cole, didn't he get 3 in 1 week? That was in week 11.
60. Steve required 100.
This would be a real steal. Tops. Ooh.
60. Luca required
Double
10.
5 for Littler in his quest for the top spot. Nothing else will do if you were to ask him right now, but he hates that dart with a
6.
passion.
Stevie required 40.
This dart at tops will deny Littler the opportunity to be the overnight leader on leg difference. Oh, Westy.
35.
3 well thrown shots.
Luca required 4.
Unfortunately, all on the wrong side of the wire. Double 1.
No score.
This is very
Stevie
similar to what we saw on the
5.
very first leg of the day. Both on double 2.
Game shot on
And
the
West
first leg.
takes a break
See
in
West.
20 darts.
Well, on that occasion, you mentioned the opening leg of the day. It was actually
Second
a
leg is Steve to
22
throw
darter,
first. Game
and
on.
it was won by Luke Littler. So we now know Jerome Mioch will be
83.
the table topper overnight.
One of these players is going to join him on 8 points, though.
140.
And they will play again before Mioch plays. So the opportunity for someone to topple him at the
60.
plateau of the table. I'll say the plateau because there are chances for someone to slip down that table over the next couple of days.
Well, you
96.
called something pretty early today that Andy Bolton and Barry Van Peer could well be playing to come off the foot of the table. Well, neither have picked up a point. They meet in our
140.
final match after this one, and someone's O's got to go. Not in the style of Crawford against Spence.
133.
This is a negative O that's got to go. Both pointless.
The only dart player that I know that was pointless was Kevin Painter.
76. Luca required 132.
Hang on. Luke?
116.
Saw him to do something like that.
42.
He just misses out. West is not going to make him pay.
58.
Well, Westy, of
Luke
course, has hit
requires
the 3
60.
bullseyes. Not on a finish.
Game shot on the second
Beautiful
leg.
shot. Look at that
Lou
dart
Littler.
just dangling in the board because of those long points. As long as it stays there and is called
Third
by the
leg, it's Luke
referee,
to throw
it will
first.
register.
Game on.
Actually went out for a throw on Friday. The first time I've picked them up since
81.
the Seniors Masters, so about 5 weeks. Having a practice with me pal Vellers, and we were playing
100.
first to 10 balls, and I went bull, 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 bull.
Is that a personal best?
Yep.
180.
It was a 25 as well. It was close. The rest of the night we'll not discuss.
45.
Fair enough. I think the most consecutive 180s by a dart player in a televised match is
56.
4. As Mervyn King hit 2 at the back end of one leg, then start the next leg with 2 180s.
Yep.
Oh, speaking of 180s, there's another.
180.
Still advantage Littler, though.
We've actually had that done here, haven't we?
140.
At the Super Series.
No matter what West finds here in leg number 3, Luke
95.
seems to have the
Luke
answer.
require
There's a bit more
44.
ferocity about his throw at the minute. A bit more snap in it. And it's
Game
working
shot
a
on the
treat.
third leg. Lou Littler.
14 darter takes his average to, guess what? 93 and change. That's where he lives.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Starting to understand why Andy Barton's didn't qualify
85.
from week number 8. Because if you got this young man constantly in the mid-90s,
43.
he's just always a threat.
$99.
One thing I like about West's game, there's not many people throw a straighter dart than him. They go in at such a lovely angle.
Why hit so many maxes.
100.
And for someone who throws the darts in so upright, they grab the board, don't they?
93.
And those darts are sharp. If you ever get a set of Steve West's darts in your fingers, you don't want your fingers to be too
140.
soft because they are really, really sharp.
Yeah, they've got tons of grip.
I think it's a reverse grip as well,
Yes.
where
60.
the grip goes towards the flight. So when you throw the dart, you're actually gripping it against the grip technology, which means it doesn't leave the grip with any slip.
58. Steve, you require 164.
Yeah, the actual ring pattern is angled backwards, so you're throwing against them. Gonna go for it.
126.
Double 19. That didn't come out the
Luke
hand
require
cleanly. You could see by the angle of
160.
entry.
Chance for 2-2 then.
90.
And with
Steve,
his
you
angle of
require
attack,
38.
I think the split is the play. But what do I know?
I mean, you're right.
22. Luke requires 70.
To make West pay.
Incoming flatty. There you go.
Does he stay with it, or does he go with the upright one?
Game shot on the fourth
it's just
leg.
delicious,
Lou
isn't it?
Littler.
When it's executed, he looks like a genius.
That is real
Fifth leg,
costly
it's Luke
for
to
Steve
throw
West.
first.
Start the ball on
Game on.
164. And then the miss on double 19 with 3 in hand.
How many young players at the minute are practicing that in their bedrooms?
140.
Lots and lots. He's been influential, of course. He came through that when he's still part of that JDC system.
60.
And he is, well, the young people of today have watched what he's doing. Power of social media. They can see what he's achieving. They can see what he's earning. Listen,
46.
being a professional dart player is it's a genuine opportunity now where, back when I
60.
was sort of that age, that there was no money in the sport.
Is it inspirational, or is it somewhat debilitating if you go to the
58.
JDC and he walks in the building?
Bit of both, I think. I think he's their poster boy, isn't he? He's the poster boy for darts right now.
140.
He's 16 years of age. I think I'm still getting pocket money.
He really doesn't want to lose this. And he wants to win it by 4 legs to 1. Or better. You can tell in his expression that he wants to equalise Miok's total and his leg difference
65.
to say, I might not be top of the table on legs 1 today. However, I am the favourite for a reason.
95.
He will get those 8 points if he converts 192 and 6. And if Steve West does not
62.
convert that 146, which is a really tough ask.
146.
Yeah, needed 2 treble 19s and double 16.
52. Luke to
So-
require 130.
The 130. Well, good luck with this.
Surgical.
105.
Almost perfect.
Steve, you require 94.
He made that look sickeningly easy. Double 6.
Game
Wow.
shot on the 5th leg.
Great finish under
Steve
pressure.
West.
So a match start for Littler. And a break of throw for Westy.
6th leg, it's Steve to
Always
throw
beware
first.
of your
Game
elders. And we're at a level where we've all played against our mentors. I remember when I was a young kid and I was starting to get a bit of confidence.
121.
I played at the Banktop Pub in Bedlington, just down the road from Chris Dorby's house. I was playing for a different team than that of my
23.
previous mentor when I was younger. We drew each other in the singles. He left 128. I remember it like it was yesterday.
135.
It was actually the late 90s. Sitting on a double. And he just wanted to make a point, and he hit treble 20, double 4. And it hurt.
100.
But always beware of the person who has more experience. West will not give up here. He will believe he can take it to, you guessed it,
58.
7 legs again.
Yeah, my moment like that was low-8 match play. I went 5-0 up. We come off
83.
at the break. He said, "You're going to get me a winner leg." I said, "Not if possible, John." Come back out. I think it was 7-3 or 8-2. And I'm laughing and joking.
134.
And I started to miss tops and tens. And rather than the advice I give now, right, switch it up, go for double 16, 8s, 4s, etc.
Steve, you require 53.
More and more frustrated at 11-all. We went out in 11 and 12. And shook
13.
my hand with the biggest smile on his face.
Luke, you require 150.
Well, is that going to be costly for West? 2 wide shots at tops, and he gets away with it.
47. Steve, you require 40.
This is to go to leg 7 again for West.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
4
Steve
of his 5
West.
games today going the distance.
And the other one was full 2, wasn't it?
7th and final leg. It's Luke to throw first.
Quite remarkable.
Game on.
So 4 games of 7 legs. That's 28 legs of darts. Add another 6. That's
57.
34 legs of darts. That's his day. Don't tell me the darts is easy.
34 out of 35.
100.
You don't get paid by the leg, pal. Not like our day, the old Champions League days where it was £50 a leg that you won.
119.
West would love to leave on 8 points. It looked almost a shoo-in that it would be Luke
26.
walking away with 8 points. He could well still do so.
Yeah, he's 50 in front plus these. It was a shocker from Westy.
100.
So it needs a max. And he's got plenty of them in the locker.
It's 140.
It's not a bad booby price. Gets him 10 points behind. Here's his problem.
140.
So close together for a guaranteed match shot. Full credit to Westy.
140.
Still
Luke
10 points
require
behind.
85.
It may come down to these two shots.
Game, shot,
what a shot from
and the
Littler.
match, Luke Littler.
That really is a great finish. West provided so much resistance, but with his worst average of the day, Luke Littler does get to 8 points to join Jerome Mioch on that table-topping total. But on his leg difference, he's not as good as the Dutchman, but he will be very happy with his first day's work in Champions Week. One other thing we have to settle is who finishes bottom of the table, and that will be finalised when we come back, when we have Bolton and Bury.
As a very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are joined up here on the balcony by the defending champion Luke Littler. Luke, you got your title defence here in Champions Week up and running, 4 wins out of 5. How would you assess the day?
Well, obviously, it's better than not winning a game, as I look at it. Obviously, I was a bit angry before when I lost, because I do love my double tens, but obviously when you come inside, you've got to go fighting for the double five, but 4 out of 5, it's not bad.
Can I ask about that split on the 36, splitting the 16 double 10? What was the thought process there?
Double 10 is my favourite double, and I think if it ever come inside double 18, hate double 9, so I just switch, and obviously if I come inside, I go chasing double 5.
Well, you put in a fantastic performance earlier on today, 113 in there against Reece Robinson. And there's just moments, isn't there, where you just find another gear and you just look as if you're in an autopilot mode.
Obviously, I do have them games, but today I've been steady 90 pluses, which I'm happy with. But getting the big averages, it's even a bonus.
Has there been a little bit of extra pressure this week going into Champions League as the defending champion?
Not really. I just let my darts go, see where they go, and obviously I'm the defending champion, so everyone looks at me to win it. But it's not. I obviously didn't win all games, so just got to go on to tomorrow.
Indeed, tomorrow in we go. And look, you know Group A off by heart by now. Your record in it is so good. So you know Tuesday's that day, especially with the group as tight as it is, where if you can go and have a good day tomorrow, you set yourself up perfectly.
Well, like today's just as a settler. Obviously get ready, 4 out of 5's. It's obviously a massive bonus, but tomorrow looking to do the same again, or even 5 out of 5, and then come Wednesday, that's when it matters.
Well, Luke, you played some fantastic stuff today. Thank you very much for joining us up here on the balcony. One final game for us to go on day one of Champions Week. It sees Andy Bolton in action up against Bury Vampire, the victor, looking to get their first points of the group. And watching this one down in the commentary box is Paul Nicholson alongside Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Interesting little chat. He's very humble, isn't he? It's almost like he I like to see it. He's level-headed. He's just puts one foot in front of the other. There's no, he doesn't get excited about anything. If I went up there and had 113, everybody would know about it. Literally everyone.
I would tell someone as well if I'd ever done it. But it's great to see. What we want from our young stars is ability and class. And that's
Humility.
exactly what he's
Andy
got.
to throw first. Game on.
What we're going to get from this 15th game of Monday is somebody getting 2 points because miraculously, no points for Bolton or Bury
140.
after 4 rounds.
Yeah, if you'd have told me that this morning, I would have been asking you what's in those ginger shots of yours.
84.
He said shots, by the way, not shorts.
Yes, they're definitely what are they, Nico?
Well, they're good for the throat.
Yeah.
And they're good for the immune system. I take one of them
137.
most days. I like a bit of ginger.
Yeah, I like ginger nut biscuits. I can't lie.
60.
With a cup of tea. You just can't eat the one or two, though. That's the trouble.
100.
I know this is a really silly question, but who's the favourite for this game? Because it almost feels as if there shouldn't be one.
34. Andy
Well,
required 124.
Before the start of the day, now, these odds compilers, I often wonder if they do have a crystal ball because they went
92.
Bolton 4-6, Bury 11-10. I'd have had it the other way around. Going into this match on the evidence of what we've seen so far today, I would have made Bolton the 4-6 favourite and Vampire 11-10, just on performance levels.
It's an encouraging start here for Andy, who's gradually getting closer to the 32
score.
bed, but not close enough.
You could see how much he could see there. That's a line straight over the shoulder of Andy Bolton.
44. Andy required 32.
Double 16 again then.
Attacked it this time. Wow. Good luck with this.
Game shot on the first
Well,
leg.
You mentioned my
Andy
knit
Bolton.
one pearl one. That was most definitely a pearl one. It's almost wound around that dart.
Second leg, it's Bury to throw
I
first.
would love to see a
Game
slow-mo
on.
of that shot.
Yeah.
That was helped by the dart at the front post, that's for sure.
100.
This must feel, as well, like a very odd day for Bury Van Pierre because if you think about his season, he has gotten used to
60.
success. This will feel like one of the worst days of his season.
Yep. Well, you wouldn't believe a player of his
48.
obvious class and ability. The evidence is there on the 8 months of just this year, never mind what we've seen before from him.
137.
But in a funny sort of way, is the pressure off them already?
Well, if it was me now, I'd sort of had a little chuckle to myself and I'd be playing with absolute freedom. Because I'm like, well, that's
57.
me done in this group. I've now got to get ready for Thursday and Friday. If you manage to unlikely scrape a
95.
group B, then so be it. And I think if you have that mindset,
60.
it does allow you to play with a bit of freedom.
Yeah, I think in this position for both Bolton and Van Pierre, you mentally are already
100.
thinking about Thursday and Friday. Now, if you are programming your viewing for later in the week and you want to know who's coming up in Group B and Group C,
39.
Group C
Andy
will start
Require
at 1 o'clock
109.
on Thursday afternoon. Group B will start at 10 p.m. I'll go through the players in the next leg.
77.
If you're on, sorry, Nico, if you're new to it, the winner goes straight through to Saturday night. Positions 2 and 3 go into Group B, which is a 5-player field, played on Thursday night from 10, as Nico mentioned, and the top 3 goes through from that. It's a 60% chance of qualifying.
135.
4, 5, and 6
Andy required
into
32.
Group C, 1 o'clock Thursday and Friday afternoon.
Game shot on the second leg.
And
Andy
only
Bolton.
the top 2 go through, which gives us our 6-player field for Saturday night.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
I've just been looking at Bury's day. First game had 1 shot at a double.
137.
He hit it. 9 shots at double in 7 legs against Reece Robinson. 12 darts at double against Steve West and lost.
90.
Starting to understand that throughout the course of the day, he has finally got more chances, but hasn't been taking them.
Well, because there's been too much emphasis on winning legs and winning matches. You sort of get dragged down into it, don't you? You get embroiled in your own little battle.
85.
And you can tell what's going on because of the way he's behaving.
Yeah.
And he's human. He doesn't like to lose.
Who does? Find me a good loser and I won't find you a winner.
100.
People go, oh no, it's the manner in which you lose. You just accept losing.
100.
It doesn't matter.
And he
then
required 164.
It does look like Bolton is in a bit of a dream position as far as getting his first 2 points of the
58.
group are concerned. Group B later this week will involve Colin Osborne, Neil Duff, and Dan Lowby Jr.
100.
Wowzers.
And he required
And then could have
106.
two of Littler, West, Mioch or Robinson. And that's meant to be the easier group to qualify out of. Good luck with that.
74.
Another dart on the outside
So he
wire.
required
Double 16 for Andy
126.
Bolton. This will be a catalyst for the chances of Berry to come out of this game with 2 points. But how has he found that 57?
101.
He didn't find the ball. That
And
second
he
dart was a
required
delight.
32. Game shot on
That
the third
is
leg.
not for
Andy
Berry Van
Bolton.
Peer because 3-0 Bolton. It could get him on the points tally very soon. And if he was to win the next leg as well,
Fourth leg, it's Berry to throw
his
first.
leg difference would
Game on.
improve to -6.
And that's-
Berry's would go to -11.
Yeah, and that would be a 21 leg swing between top and bottom. That is catastrophic.
96.
As for Group C later in the week, you've got René Idams of Germany, Jelle Klaassen of the Netherlands, who
59.
came through in his campaign in week 9, beating Chris Landman. That was the night that Fallon
93.
Sherrick lost in the semi-finals to Landman. And then our good friend Patrick van den Bagaard said correctly.
100.
Oh, God.
Sounds so much better, doesn't it? Oh, it gives me a good rush.
Just need Paul Inkston to referee that one.
115.
Maybe it's not going to be a bagel after all. Or maybe it might.
140.
Still waiting for the first maximum of this game. And
43.
with that visit, a chance rears its head. And that chance might be imminent. Should go bull here, really.
105.
Very intelligent.
Berry required 154.
Gets him into 2-dart range, does the 25. And now it's a guaranteed match-winning shot.
63. And you require 97.
Now it's the 54. He did think about that double 19 shot.
57. Berry required 91.
But I think he did the right thing there. It'll be double 17. Oh, he decided something else.
53. And you require
So Andy's
40.
looking at tops for his first win of the day.
Game,
And it
shot,
doesn't take him
and
long
the
to get
match.
it.
Andy
And it is by
Bolton.
4 legs to 0 as well. Very unexpected day for Berry Van Peer. And over the next 12 to 18 hours, it'll take him some time to come to terms with the fact that he didn't get many shots at double in some of the matches that he played. As far as his average for the day, you'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out all of the relevant statistics. But as far as that performance is concerned, Bolton will be very much happier about the fact that he's walked away from the day with some points instead of none, which unfortunately Berry has taken. Let's go to the balcony then. We'll get the final thoughts on the day with Henry and Chris.
Paul, thank you very much indeed. Well, who would have thought going into the last game of the day, Andy Bolton winning 4-0 would be his only victory?
Yeah, it was a strange campaign to the opening day of Champions Week for both Barry Van Peer and Andy Bolton. They were the two we expected to be at the other end of the table, but yeah, whatever's gone wrong for Barry today, he's got to put right over the next 2 days. Listen, if he can squeak a Group B spot, which I think's unlikely in his position, a bonus, but more importantly, get ready for Thursday and Friday.
Well, this is what we have seen then on the first day of Champions Week. 15 games come and gone, bookended by 4-0 results, one in the leisure of Andy Bolton and one against. But once again, the headlines at the Super Series are being made by Luke the Nuke Littler. He has lit up the blue touch paper as far as this week is concerned with, well, it's not even his highest average of the series. That is how good he is. 113 against Reece Robinson, and at times he was frightening today.
Yeah, it's something we spoke about at the top. He has this ability, even if he's not at his best, of just firing through the gears at the right time. Was defeated today, and it was his own undoing, really, in that match, in my opinion. But just clinical, killing it off with 11 dart. How many times have we seen him win matches with those kind of legs? He's a very, very special talent. Was defeated today, isn't top of the table as we expected. He's joint top of the table, which is where we expected. But credit today must go to Jerome Mioch as well. He's played a lot of darts and had to go through the mill yesterday and trying to find hotels for this week and everything else on the back of winning on Saturday night, which would come with its own adrenaline. So you've got to deal with the adrenaline dump. And credit to him, in a very, very tough Group A, he's top of the table.
As far as Luke's concerned, we spoke up here at the beginning of the show. What is the pressure of being the defending champion going to do? And he came up here and said, do you know what? It's just another day of darts.
Yeah, I think it is age and his mentality. He's very humble. He's got humility. I think he understands where he is in this sport and how good he is. But for him, it's just a game, which is the perfect mentality to have.
As far as Jerome Mioch's concerned, is he coming to become a major story here at the Super Series? Are we just about to unearth a real gem?
We could well be. I mean, listen, winning a week, it's tough. And he played very well Saturday night with some really good numbers. He's one of those kind of players that this kind of environment and playing multiple games. Listen, knockout darts is tough because you can travel thousands of miles, turn up, have an off day, get binned out first round. You've got to sit around all day sulking. With this, you don't have time to sulk. You play a game, you go back to the practice room, sit down for 5 minutes, have a little word with yourself, and you go again, and you learn so much about your own game. And I think that's what he's done. For him, it's been an education. He's got more time under the lights than most players do in their first 2-3 years of turning pro. So he's benefiting from it massively, and you can see it in his game.
Mioch, the man at the top of the table. Reece Robinson got out the trap superbly, 105 average against Steve West, and a 140 to get the better of Barry Van Peer as well. But it was a slow end to the day for Reece.
Yeah, and he's been known for this. Nico picked up on it quite early that he does tend to fade. You know, on the Saturday night, you're obviously playing a lot less games, and you can see the winning line, and that keeps that adrenaline and focus. But what he tends to do when he has played Group A's before is just tail off a little bit, and that's something he will need to address this week because it could well be a long week for him.
If you're going to be successful at Champions Week, you're going to have to get used to winning tight matches, and that was exactly what Steve West did today. 3 victories under his belt, and all in a last leg decider. Yeah,
he was another player who's put through the mill today. Nothing was particularly simple for him. Played some great darts, and didn't get a lot of reward on some occasions, but prolific in the 180s again. But again, he just sort of faded, which you expect from him. Listen, he's walking around waiting a major operation, but still managed to go up there and put in great performances.
And almost treated us to the 9 darter. Only Conor Heenahan has done it under this roof. And when we talk about millimetres, we are talking about that here.
Yeah, and when you see it done like this, very clean treble 20, very clean treble 19, more often than not, they will find the target on the double 12. And it was thrown with freedom. There was no snatch in the action. Just unfortunately was a couple of millimetres out, because that would have been great to see, and that would have been his third 9, but this one would have been recorded as well for him, so it would have been nice for his highlight reel.
Most certainly. Well, this is the table following the first day's worth of fixtures. Jerome Miok, who is the outsider of the six going into the action, is top of the pile overnight. In fact, out of a possible 20 legs he could have won, he's won 19 of them. Luke Littler, 8 points to his name, 18 legs won. Steve West and Reece Robinson on 6. But Barry Van Peer, we did not expect him to be ending day one pointless.
No, and there's a big swing between top and bottom, 21 legs, and that will be too much to take care of because of the nature of this group and the quality of the field. And it's just one of those days, and you know, he just needs to brush it off, come back tomorrow, play with a bit of freedom, relax, enjoy it, and then see how he goes in Group B or Group C. I should imagine he's going to end up in Group C.
I'll tell you what, if this is just day one, we've got a hell of a week ahead of us, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, some of the darts we've seen today, it was really, really incredible. Tailed off towards the back end a little bit, but for me, it's that B game of Littler. It's just superior to everybody else's.
And I hear 39 maximums for the day. The standard has been absolutely superb. But we will be back 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel for day 2 of Champions Week, which, well, we talk about moving day. That's going to be one hell of a moving day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to make a move in this field, but I think Luke will have taken a lot of confidence from today, and he'll want to try and stamp his authority in this group. But good luck with that.
We shall find out. 9:30 tomorrow on the Super Series YouTube channel to find out. But as far as day one is concerned, well, Jerome is on top of the table. Miok has that momentum.